very close to them. All you have to do is look out your window and just open it up. You could see it and smell it. This is the time where you need to start packing your bags. You don't have to wait for the evacuation order. You can just go. So that's probably happening right now in those communities to the north of Santa Clarita.
All right, we want to continue following this story. We want to say goodbye to our CBS viewers. We're going to have continuing coverage on KCAL News Channel 9. All right, we're continuing to follow breaking news. A wildfire in Cataice. It started around 10:42 this morning. Started as a vegetation fire, and this is near the Lake Hughes Road, just north of the Cataice Reservoir. Right now, it has blown to over 500 acres. There's a lot of vegetation and a lot of mountains, making it tough for this wildfire. We've got Mark Liu on the desk who's tracking the fire. We've got Paul Diano in our weather who's tracking the winds. A big concern is that it's dry and it's windy in this area, and those winds will likely be there throughout the afternoon. We'll have a little bit of a calm down, he says, but at this point, strong winds. And Mark, as you see right now, this fire continues to burn and continue to grow in size and pretty fast.
Yeah, Chris, that's exactly right. They're calling this the Hughes fire, being that it started near Lake Hughes Road on the eastern end of Lake Cataice. And this fire is just shy of an hour old, so you can really get an idea of how rapidly things spread. We have gone from 0 to 500 acres in less than an hour. So that was very likely due to the fact that there are winds in this area, and you can see the terrain with KCAL. These are live pictures of the fire. That is a lot of fuel out there to burn, and it is very, very dry. It is very low humidity. There are wind gusts out there, and all of that vegetation is just like kindling for this fire. The first arriving LA County firefighters on scene described it as very rapid rate of spread, and you can see how big that loom up is now as it continues to burn to the north and east of Lake Cataice. Now, there are about 6 or 7 water-dropping helicopters that are now on station. I did see on the radar there are 2 sky cranes. There are 2 LA County Sikorsky Firehawks capable of dropping 800 gallons at a time. And there are 2 Bell helicopters in the area, as well as a fixed-wing spotter aircraft, which could be an indicator that there may be some fixed-wing assets on the way, perhaps like the Super Scoopers from Van Nuys Airport or some of the larger jet aircraft that need a little bit of time to spool up and get their crews ready to get out there to do the Phos-Check drops. What you're looking at right there in the center of your screen, that's Lake Cataice, and that is where these water-dropping helicopters are coming in to pick up water and come right to the northern edge of this fire here and start doing their drops. Now, if you could come out to my screen, I'm going to give you an idea of where this is happening so you tactically can figure this out. Palisades and Eaton fires down here. I'm going to zoom in here to the northern part. This is Santa Clarita. This is the Santa Clarita Valley right here, and you can see now already multiple evacuation orders have been listed here. Let's show you. This is the Lake Cataice right there. It's a V-shaped lake, goes like this. The Hughes fire started right about here, now burning in like a line right around here. We're seeing fire activity on this line right here. That's what you're looking at with KCAL right there. Now, just a few minutes ago, Chris, we saw this area here, here, and here as evacuation warnings. They were yellow. They have now been converted to evacuation orders. And that is important because this is the 5 freeway that heads north up through Pyramid Lake and into the Gorman area. Unclear if the 5 is going to be closed, but this is Lake Hughes Road, and already it has been closed by LA County Fire. They are using it to get resources into the fire right now. We just saw with KCAL a few minutes ago some trucks going up in there. But the communities to the south here, they are under an evacuation warning. I think it would be a very good idea for these people to heed that warning and leave now. And of course, there's areas of Cataice, Hazley Canyon, and Cataice Junction, and ultimately Santa Clarita. It's unclear if they will be placed under an evacuation warning or an order anytime soon. But Chris, that loom up has got to be right in their front windows right now.
I mean, yeah, the fact that people can see it from downtown LA, imagine, this being in your backyard. And you talked about Interstate 5. That is a concern because if the fire continues to grow, I can only imagine that interstate is going to be closed and shut down for the safety of everyone else. Right now it's about 500 acres is what they're saying, but Mark, looking at this, it looks like it's maybe even double that. It definitely looks a lot bigger.
It's growing. It is certainly grown beyond 500 acres. And while Lake Hughes Road is closed, that isn't a very terribly heavily traveled road that heads to the north. But as you mentioned, the 5 is. The only bit of good news for commuters on the 5 is that this fire is on the opposite side of Lake Castaic from the 5. So this fire, ultimately, if it were to get close to the 5, it would have to cross over the entire lake to get there. And so far, we've seen spotting behavior that appears to show that it is actually moving away from the 5. But with unpredictable winds, that could change in a minute. And you can see, as SkyCal was looking, some of these shots of the fire line. The fire line is very uneven. It's very broken. That indicates embers are spotting further and further away. This is the behavior of the fire in high or medium high winds. So not only is this going to be a problem for firefighters on the ground, this, of course, is a problem for firefighters in the air, in those helicopters. It's a bumpy ride up there. They have to deal with those winds. Now, you can see SkyCal just showed just how much is out there. It is just dry vegetation as far as the eye can see. That's bad news when it comes to fighting this fire. The one bit of silver lining is nobody lives out there in that area. It's mostly dead vegetation out there.
Yeah, but we also know how those embers can travel with the high winds. And good news, though, you've got the lake right there, which you got the crews, the air tankers that are able to get the resources quickly. But then when they do the water drop, obviously with the wind like that, makes it a little more challenging. But I mean, look at this shot. This is what Mark's talking about. These are the communities that are out there, not too far from the fire. And I'm sure, like you mentioned, the sun is being blocked, and it looks bad out there. So, of course, we're going to continue to follow this. But we do have someone on the phone with LA County Fire, Fred Fielding. Fred, thank you so much for joining us. We're monitoring the Hughes fire that just started burning a little less than an hour ago. It seems like it's growing very, very fast with no end in sight. Are you monitoring this fire? What can you tell us about what's going on?
Yeah, we're monitoring this very closely. This started in the ANF, the Angeles National Forest, and they've brought us in. We're now in unified command with them so that we can send all of our resources to attack this fire as quickly as possible. Obviously, our first priority is people, making sure we get evacuations and residents out safely. Beyond that, we're going to be looking at property, making sure we defend homes as much as we can. And then once those two things are clear, then we're going to start working on perimeter. But those aerial aircraft are a great asset for us. They buy us some time so we can get some ground units in there to really put this fire out.
And what are your concerns about this fire? Because, we're seeing it from above, from SkyCal, and, I mean, it just looks like a massive beast, something, we saw just a couple of weeks ago. Are you concerned about this fire? Are you confident that with the resources that you have, that you'll be able to put some work down?
Well, we're going to do everything we can, but this time of year is especially dangerous. It's been almost 300 days since we've had any significant rainfall, and that's from the two winters before where we've had 200 and then 150% of precipitation. So a lot of fuels out there, a lot of dry fuels, and anytime you add wind to that, anytime there's a fire start, there's a lot of energy that we have to work against. So we're throwing everything we can at it. We got a lot of air assets that we're throwing at it, and we're bringing in ground crews right now to make sure we do everything we can.
And there's a lot of people watching this on TV who live in this area or don't live too far from it. What do you want them to know? Obviously, if there's an evacuation order, that means go, leave right away. But any words that you want to let them know about this fire?
Yeah, just make sure that they take those evacuation warnings very seriously, too. That means that they are ready to go at a moment's notice. Make sure they've got their phones charged so that they can get that information, or they're watching TV or listening to the radio, because really moments can matter with these kind of conditions.
Absolutely. And, just watching this, the vegetation, it is so thick, and it goes on, for quite a while. When you're dealing with these fires from above and you're dealing with wind, talk a little bit about how these air tankers go about and making these drops, because obviously it's a little tough when you drop some water and then the wind picks it and goes in a different direction.
Yeah, so these are really highly skilled pilots. A lot of them came from the military. They've got thousands of hours in these type of aircrafts before they come to us, and then they bring those skills and they use them to help protect the public here. So we're exceptionally grateful. We've got great pilots, and they buy us some time so we can get those ground crews in there to make sure we do all that we can to save these homes and protect our residents.
Absolutely. Obviously, we had several fires yesterday and last night. We had the Eaton fire, the Palisades fire, and resources were a big issue when those fires first started. How are we doing overall collectively when it comes to resources and getting crews out there quick as possible?
We're doing very well. Thankfully, we've got some additional resources in the area right now. A lot of folks are still down here for this Eaton and Palisades fire, and if anything really breaks out, I'm sure that those commands will break some of those resources off so that we can really bring everything to bear against this fire.
Okay, got it. Well, we appreciate you so much and keeping us updated, Fred, on this fire. Of course, we're going to continue monitoring this from the air. And if there's anything that, you want us to let the public know, definitely reach out and let us know. But hopefully we can get some containment on this fire. But as of right now, we see it just continues to grow and to grow. One quick thing, Interstate 5, that was one of the concerns we were talking about. Obviously, the fire is burning more towards Lake Hughes Road. Do you think that the 5 could potentially be closed, whether the fire's too close or because of visibility?
Well, if there's any danger to the public, we'll make sure that we protect them in whatever way we have to do. Obviously, that's a very important corridor, so we'll do our best to keep it open. But if there is danger to the public or we need that access to be able to put this fire out, we will take that and then try and get it back up and running as soon as we can.
Gotcha. And then, obviously the lake's right there. How often will you continue to use the lake with the fire being so close? Because at first I was watching this with Mark Liu, and we weren't sure if the air tankers were going to be able to use that water considering how close it was. How do you guys decide when you can go and go forward with using the lake water?
The pilots actually make those risk decisions in the air, so they've got a whole set of calculations and charts that allow them to sort of know when they can and can't do things. And they're going to make that call, but again, these are very highly skilled pilots, and they do an amazing job, so we trust them completely.
Absolutely. It's, they're heroes in the sky and on the ground, and I thank you for all that you do. Of course, we're going to continue monitoring this, and we'll be keeping in touch with you as we continue to watch this Hughes fire. But let's go back to Paul. Paul, obviously, wind is a big concern. We've got some new viewers on KCAL. We've been hearing red flag warning over and over again, but you talked about this all week. This is why red flag warnings are so dangerous.
Yeah, red flag warnings don't start fires. Red flag warnings are talking about conditions, weather conditions that can take a small fire and make it a big fire. And we are witnessing this once again. How many times over the past 3 months have we had a red flag warning and a small fire started and it becomes a significant problem in short order? This is another example of that. We have not had a decent rainfall since May. That's a long time ago. That's more than 8 months ago. We had so much rain the past 2 years that all the vegetation in these places where people don't live has just grown and grown and grown, and now it's completely dried out. We have relative humidity sitting at about 5 or 10%, and of course the biggest factor when it comes to weather is the wind. Now, thankfully, we are not in an environment where the winds are 60, 70, or 80 miles per hour. If that was the case, we'd be seeing a fire probably 5 times the size that it is right now. That said, we are looking at an environment where the wind is 20 to 30 miles per hour. You can see right there, Del Val, 36 mile per hour wind gusts down the road in Simi Valley along the 118, 33 miles per hour. Castaic Junction in Santa Clarita, 29 miles per hour. Not horrible, but that's going to spread a fire. So that is going to continue to be a problem. And we'll look at the ambient weather conditions. There's Lake Castaic right there. Looks like a lake in the shape of a V, as Mark described it earlier. Temperatures are running 65 to 70 miles per hour. The winds are pushing the fire to the southwest, which I guess would be my biggest concern, because we think of, okay, what's downwind? What is to the southwest of this fire? And that would be some larger communities like Castaic and Santa Clarita. Not saying it's going to make it there, but that's the general direction of the wind. And the wind carries the embers, the wind carries the smoke, and the wind pushes the fire forward. And that's where the winds are going right now. The next 24 hours in and around Castaic, we will see a peak of wind from now through about mid-afternoon. The winds will likely relax a bit overnight tonight, although last night they stayed breezy. They'll stay breezy again tonight. And then tomorrow, once the sun comes up, they will ramp up once again up to about 30 miles per hour. All of that is not good for firefighting. It's not as horrible as 70 or 80 mile per hour winds, but it's not good. Let's talk about some of the rainfall totals before I throw it back to you guys if you have any questions that you want to throw my way. This is the environment that we live in. November, we begin ramping up rainfall in Southern California. December and January, that's right in the middle of our rainy season. We have a very defined time of year when it rains, and then about 8 months when it doesn't. So no rain in the summer, no big deal. We don't average any rainfall in the summer. It's December and January and February where we get the majority of our rainfall. Look at December. Virtually nothing, less than 1% of normal. Look at January. Speaking of nothing, it has not rained in January yet. It hasn't rained for about 28 straight days in Southern California. And I'll show you the other numbers here. You can't see the numbers on the right because of the way we're doing the double box. Don't worry about it. I'll just let you know that this winter from December 1st to today is the driest winter we have ever had in Southern California. Now, how can we make a statement like that? We got about 148 years of weather data. That's a pretty large sample size. Out of those 148, if you rank them from driest to wettest, the winter we're living in right now is number one on that list. So it is extremely dry outside. And then you get into an environment where I'm going to switch over my weather maps to the current wind gusts, which aren't crazy. And you'd see this and be like, wow, that's better than yesterday. It's a whole lot better than the past couple weeks. It is. But now you got a fire burning in and around Santa Clarita, and 30-mile-per-hour winds, Chris, will not help the firefight. It's going to push that fire forward, and the winds are coming from the northeast, pushing it to the southwest. Back to you.
Okay, Paul, thank you so much. We'll continue monitoring that as well. But we want to go to Mark Liu. Mark, we were just talking just about the traffic up in the air. The fact that there's 8 air tankers, 6 choppers. This is a lot of activity up there, which is good, and maybe hopefully gives people a little bit of peace of mind that there's a lot going on up there.
Chris, it has been so long since I've seen so many fixed-wing aircraft arrive within an hour of the fire starting, including 2 McDonnell Douglas MD-87s. These are the big boys out of San Bernardino Airport. They must have launched instantaneously to get here already. They're capable of dropping 4,000 gallons of retardant at a time. They have to go all the way back to San Bernardino Airport to refill that, but they're already here. There's a de Havilland DHC 8400. That's 2,600 gallons of retardant that they can drop. They came from Fox Field, both Super Scoopers from Van Nuys Airport, one of them freshly repaired after hitting that drone 2 weeks ago. They're in the sky as well doing water drops here. And there are 3 British Aerospace 146-200s that are capable of dropping water as well. These are the big fixed-wing aircraft that do that heavy bombing of this fire. And then there are at least 6 water-dropping helicopters, perhaps 7, that are already on station, including those big Coulson Aviation Chinooks, the largest firefighting helicopters in the world, capable of dropping 3,000 gallons at a time. They are also dipping in. You can see right there, look at all of these helicopters, all on the northwestern end, of the Lake Castaic, They're all picking up water right here. You can see that. And then look at this line. This is that line of aircraft, fixed-wing aircraft. You can see one of them. I think that's the MD-87 right there that KCAL has in view. They are being led by a lead plane. And what we're actually seeing here, Chris, this is really interesting. Very likely, all of these water-dropping helicopters, they're probably full with water right now, and they are going to hang out right here while this line of Phos-Chek dropping aircraft come in. This is the incredibly difficult job of the air coordinator at the time. They need to make sure that these aircraft do not hit each other. So as these aircraft come through, do their line drops, they're going to get out of there, and then we're going to see these aircraft come back in and fight the fire. Then when they're out of water, they'll come back, fill up here, and then once again, those aircraft will come back and do those drops. This is like a very coordinated dance of safety and firefighting efforts in order to get water on and Phos-Chek. And then, of course, all of the media airships, they're kind of floating around down in this area, way out of the way, like KCAL. They're also up pretty high so that we can actually get a good view here, and we do not want to get in the way of any of the firefighting activity. So we are miles back, and there is one of those amazing drops there with Phos-Chek. It looks like that was, that's one of those de Havillands, a DHC 8400. There's only one of them there, and that one came out of Fox Field, which is to the north. You can see the orbits that it made. See how it came right from Fox Field here. And some of the other ones, it looks like those MD-87s. Here's one here. You can see it was on station and it orbited right there waiting for its clearance to go in, but it came all the way from San Bernardino International Airport, and it's going to be going back to San Bernardino International Airport, very likely to fill up on those Phos-Chek drops again. Now let's take a quick look at the map here and give you an idea of where the evacuation orders are. This is in red, the evacuation orders very far to the north of Lake Castaic. And of course, you can see the yellow is the evacuation warnings. Still no evacuation warnings for the lower part of this fire area, including Santa Clarita, Castaic, and Castaic Junction. But I think that the people that live in this community down here, very likely it would be in their best interest to perhaps start at least packing their stuff in order to get out, because it's unknown which direction this fire is ultimately going to burn in, Chris.
Yeah, that's a scary part for sure. And, it's always, the best thing to be safe and to be prepared when and if fires do occur. Obviously, we've been in this situation for the past 2 weeks, and Mark, it seems like it's just been clockwork, one after the other after the other. And with this case, thankfully, where this fire is burning, it's very recreational, very mountainous, a lot of steep terrain, not so many homes. So we just got to hope that, this fire does stay away from the homes. But Mark, since we've been observing this fire since 1042, we saw evacuation orders in place, or starting with warnings and then now in orders. And we know that there's other communities or other areas that keep getting added to this. As of right now, though, it's still showing about 500 acres. Obviously, that number will grow as the time goes on. But it's just fascinating that they're able to have this type of air crews and air tankers above, and just watching that map that you had really shows just how trained these pilots are. I mean, we were talking to Fred from LA County Fire, and he was talking about a lot of these are military trained people. So they have, their system in place, and unfortunately, they've had a lot of experience here in Southern California recently.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Chris. These are some of the best pilots in the world. They're exceptionally brave. They're exceptionally talented. And this is what their job is. They do this day in and day out when there are fires. And the coordinators that are in charge of, the direction that these aircraft are coming in and exiting the airspace are also very well trained. They're veterans at this. And you just realize that in both the Palisades and the Eaton fires, there were no aerial incidents. I mean, this was a 14-day firefight on both of these fires that we had before that did so much devastation, but there were never any issues because these pilots, they know what they're doing and they work together. There is a strong unified command on all of the same radio channels. They all communicate together. So it really is one big team up there, and that's not an accident. The state of California has worked over the last 20 or 30 years to unify these commands, to unify these radio channels and the operations that take place in the air, specifically so that this can be a seamless aerial attack. And you can see these Phos-Chek lines already coming down. This is going to be a big help in getting this fire guided into, the direction they want it to go, away from homes, and then they're going to get it to stop. But you can see here, Chris, fire burning uphill in some gusty conditions, and the terrain is steep and the vegetation is very, very dry. Unfortunately, this is going to make this firefight a lot harder, even with this essentially armada of aerial attack craft overhead.
Yeah, no, definitely a challenge for sure. I mean, I was over here, I think in August, and just seeing how dry it was. I mean, fast forward a few more months with no rain, it's even drier. We want to talk to LA County Fire Captain Sheila Kelleher-Burko. She joins us now on the phone. Sheila, thank you so much for taking some time to talk to us a little bit about this Hughes fire. Obviously, it's burning fast. It's at more than 500 acres have burned so far. Tell us a little bit about the progress that's being made and what your plans are moving forward. I know it started with the Angeles National Forest.
Yes. Hey, Chris. Good morning. Thanks for having me. Right now, as you can see, we have a lot of air resources on this fire. That's our plan, is to hit that hard from up above. Those helicopter pilots and Chinooks are doing great work. We have our resources are in place and on their way. We are in unified command with Angeles National Forest right now. So everything we do on our brush fires, we're getting set up to continue to make this attack to hopefully contain this fire as quickly as possible, because it does have a high potential for spread, because we're looking at 32-mile-an-hour winds as we speak, and those winds are supposed to pick up as the afternoon progresses into the evening.
Yeah, absolutely. And, that's definitely a concern. As is this time of year with all the dry conditions. It's good to know that there's a lot of air resources out there to help contain it, and part of that is to make sure that you can get ground firefighters on the ground to battle it from the ground. We know the winds are pushing southwest, definitely as of right now, not close to too many homes. I mean, close enough. Any idea if you plan on doing any evacuation orders for the Castaic, Santa Clarita area?
Yes, we already have orders and warnings in place. And if your listeners are anywhere close or have loved ones in that area, if you could download that app, Genesis Protect, GENAYAS Protect, it'll show you those orders and warnings, and they're very clearly marked in red. You need to go. The yellow is a warning, meaning it's coming. So get your things ready and get prepared to leave. So please heed those evacuation orders and warnings.
Okay, obviously we're just learning right now that there's new evacuations that are expanding to the south. Obviously that was a concern that we saw. Now the community of Castaic to the south under mandatory evacuations. A lot of us are familiar with what it's like when it comes to these evacuations. What kind of resources are being put on the ground there to make sure that people and pets and the elderly are able to evacuate safely and together, because there's a lot of people that are in that area.
Listen, we work really well with law enforcement in the area, and they help facilitate those evacuation orders and enforce those warnings and orders. So between the combination of our law enforcement on the ground, that's where the big support comes from, letting people know that it's time to get out. And then we really show up and help however we can.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, Captain, thank you so much. We want to welcome in Amy Johnson joining us right now. Amy, it's just another day, another fire here in Southern California. The latest, the Hughes fire. You're covering this on KCAL News at 10 a.m. The fact that at 10:42 you started this fire.
Exactly.
Over an hour later, it's grown to over 500 acres.
500 acres, and we still see so much smoke and fire still out there. And we appreciate you joining us this afternoon or morning, late morning. Now, we know that while the Palisades fire and the Eaton fire have really been knocked down almost completely, but you still have a lot of resources there. Is that pulling from maybe what you need for this fire? Oh, okay.
Captain Sheila? Oh, she must have hung up.
Okay, well, we have been watching this, and we all know that this is just another huge fire in our area, and we know that resources have been spread thin because of the other fires. Fortunately, we saw winds dying down a bit, but still very strong in that area, 32 miles per hour, I think I heard her saying, and that it is going to be growing. And as Paul Diano was saying, this is the driest winter that we've had on record.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And, we're looking at Interstate 5. That's obviously a very busy corridor that, connects us. And, they said their priority is keeping that open, at least for now, because, obviously a lot of people need to travel through that area. But also, if conditions get worse and they become more dangerous, then it's one of those situations that they will have to close it. And we just know the kind of mess that it's going to make from there. But Amy, people are reporting seeing this online from all over the region, all over the area, Ventura County, downtown LA. It's definitely a frightening situation, especially when you see just how dry. But on the right-hand side, it looks like we see some fire resources that are on the ground that have staged in that area, which is good because we know the air tankers, it's important to fight from above, but you need the crews on the bottom as well.
Exactly, on the ground. And as I was mentioning, that Paul Diano was saying just a short time ago that this is the driest winter on record. And Paul, this is certainly not what we need for fires in our area.
No, and it's not everything is super dry, because usually by this time of year we've had several rain events which minimizes or in some cases eliminates the fire danger. Certainly last January we weren't talking about fire danger, we were talking about flooding, but we've gone from one extreme to the other. Everything is super dry, and in places like this, kind of outside of the urban core, what happens when you get 2 straight wet winters is that underbrush just grows and gets really thick because there's so much water, and then it dries out when you get a winter where it doesn't rain, which is kind of the worst 1-2 punch. There's so much stuff to burn. It's so dry. And then throw on top of it a windy afternoon, which it's turning out to be in this area. The wind never really let up. It just relaxed a bit. I want to point out on the bottom left, that's the active fire shot from KCAL. Notice that the smoke, once again, is not exiting vertically. It's kind of hugging the ground. So everywhere where you see that smoke plume that's near the ground, there could be embers within that smoke plume that would start new fires downwind. We saw that Pacific Palisades. We saw that in Altadena. We saw that in Moore Park. In December, we saw that in Malibu. Here we go again, a fire that because of the wind is not able to vent upward. It kind of vents out and hugs the ground. And that's why, as Mark mentioned, you have such an erratic fire line. It's not because the fire is burning erratically. It's because new fires are popping up in different places because those embers will eventually land and start a new fire. And that's what I don't want to see. There's KCAL right there. You can see the smoke plume. Look at those hundreds of houses either under that smoke plume or right next to that smoke plume. That is not what we want to see on a day like today. Over on the right side of your screen, or if you're looking on your smartphone, these are current wind gusts. Not 70 or 80 miles per hour like we saw a couple days ago and certainly 2 weeks ago, but they're now increasing. We expected the winds to increase throughout the day. We expected that in and around the 5 corridor through Santa Clarita and Castaic, that would be one of our windier spots, and it's turning out to be just that. Simi Valley, a wind gust of 39 miles per hour. Castaic Junction, 35 miles per hour. Santa Clarita, 35 miles per hour. And Del Val, 36 miles per hour. So we have super dry brush. We have no rain in the forecast for today. We have the red flag warning in effect for this entire area. And we have winds pushing the smoke and the flames from the northeast to the southwest toward a more populated area, Castaic and North Santa Clarita. All of that is happening right now, and these numbers continue to grow. Over the past hour, the winds have picked up by about 5 or 6 miles per hour. So this is turning out to be another not great scenario for that kind of urban-rural interface where a fire spreads rapidly where people don't live, but then is being pushed by Mother Nature toward areas where people do live. So I know we have the evacuation warnings. I'm going to leave that to Mark. I don't want to talk about specific spots. But if I'm downwind of this, or if I'm under that smoke plume, if it was my family, I'd be getting in the car and getting out of there right now. 65 to 70 miles per hour, winds pushing the fire to the southwest. There's Lake Castaic. You see the sign driving on the 5 north out of Southern California. It's off to the east of the 5. There's where the fire is burning, but it's pushing back. There's the 5 right there. There's Castaic right there. You can see the wind profile, the smoke and the flames coming in that direction, heading toward a more populated part of Southern California. Guys, back to you.
All right, Paul, and we want to welcome our viewers to KCAL News at noon. We're also simulcasting on Channel 2. And we are joined this afternoon by Rudabeh Shabazi and our assignment manager, Mark Liu, who has been keeping a very close eye on this fire since it broke out at 10:42 this morning. At that point, we knew it was looking like it was going to be a large fire. And Mark, it quickly grew to 500 acres.
Yeah, it's incredible, Amy. This fire, just about an hour and 15 minutes old, but it looks massive. And it has already, as you said, burned probably more than 500 acres. But the good news is that the fire response is equally as massive. We have at least 6 or 7 water-dropping helicopters on station from multiple agencies and 8 fixed-wing aircraft that have come in from at least 3 different airports, including 2 large MD-87s that launched instantaneously from San Bernardino International Airport to bring Foscheck on station. Now, I'm going to zoom in here and show you this is already the very large evacuation orders and warnings that have taken place here. This is the Castaic area, and I'm going to zoom in a little bit and give you a better idea of what you're seeing with KCAL. Okay, so as you mentioned, this fire started about 10:42 right here on the eastern end of Lake Castaic, which is a large V-shaped lake that is to the north of Santa Clarita, which is this community down here. Now, since this fire has started, we have seen fire activity create a line that is essentially going all along here, almost paralleling Lake Hughes Road. Now, Lake Hughes Road is this road that goes up through here. That is currently closed. and the 5 freeway goes up through here. It is not closed yet, but that is a major thoroughfare for Southern California. Now, water-dropping helicopters are using this section of Lake Castaic to continuously drop water on this fire line, and fixed-wing aircraft are coming down in this direction and dropping Phos-Chek all along here. That's great news because these two sets of aircraft can work independently of each other. When the when the Phos-Chek dropping jets come in this way, the helicopters move back to their start position, and when the Phos-Chek dropping aircraft move out of the way, the helicopters come back in. Now, I want to talk a little bit about evacuations. They have expanded rapidly. This entire area to the north up here, not a tremendous amount of structures in this area. It's all mountains with dry vegetation. That's going to be a problem because that's a lot of fuel to burn. But looking to the south here, this is probably the most significant evacuation order we have seen since the fire began. The community of Castaic now under a mandatory evacuation order, and the communities of Val Verde and Del Val and all along this area under an evacuation warning. Everyone in this community, in these communities here, need to be packed up and ready because we are seeing fire behavior indicating that it is moving to the south and also to the north. Now, the north, we're not too concerned about that because there's really nobody that lives out there. But down here, these communities in Santa Clarita, certainly, as Paul Diano had mentioned, they need to be thinking about packing up their cars and getting ready to go. Amy Hudebe?
Okay, Mark, thank you. It is concerning, definitely, and we see all that black smoke there. Amanda Starantino is at Lake Hughes and Ridge Route. She has been standing by for us. Amanda, what are you seeing?
All right, that plume of smoke, it continues to grow. We already saw it all the way down the 405. So evacuation orders have been placed. To give you an idea of where we are at, we are right next to Castaic Lake, where you enter to come into the lake at the state recreation area. Now, a lot of traffic for people that are under those evacuation orders. So if you're trying to get off at Hasley Canyon, Parker and Lake Hughes, there's a big backup in that area. You can see that fire growing very quickly. Some good news. I did hear the sheriff's deputies talking that all the kids at North Lake Hills Elementary School have been evacuated. So that school has been evacuated. The kids are out of there. That's where that smoke is taking place. And I know Mark was just saying that this is a lot of area that has a lot of brush and vegetation, but the problem is you can see my hair blowing in the wind. It's blowing southwest. That's where homes are. So that's where the concern is, and that's where those evacuation orders are set right now. So if you live in those areas of Castaic Lake, Green Hill, Hasley Canyon, Hillcrest, Paradise Ranch, Ridge, Romero, and Sloan Canyon, you are under an evacuation order. You should be preparing to leave and go as quickly as possible because we know how quickly, we've seen this in the past couple of weeks, these fires can go, especially when the winds kick up like this. Other areas are under an evacuation warning right now, and you should be prepared to go as well. When these winds start kicking in, we now just start feeling a lull in the breeze, which is good. But that when they start coming, it's really blowing hard in this area. Just look down here. So this is Lake Hughes. This is right off the exit. So we are east of the 5 freeway right now, right before you hit the Grapevine area. So there's a lot of traffic down this way. They're not letting you come through, but people are trying to evacuate and get out, but it is very, very backed up, very slow moving. So if you are under an evacuation order, you should leave because it is not easy to get out of here, and we're seeing it move. So in this area, you can hear a lot of traffic behind me, a lot of fire trucks go. We're actually right next to one of the LA County fire stations. That's where all these trucks are coming out of right now. We are seeing LA County here. I'm also seeing a lot of sheriff's deputies and the water department coming out here as well. But obviously, it's a very hectic situation down this way as these evacuation orders came in very fast as this fire is moving, that wind now picking up again. You guys, I live out here. I know this area. It's very dry, a lot of vegetation. This fire can move quickly, and a lot of homes are up in these hillsides that are leading right up to those hills that can burn very, very quickly. So please, if you live in this area and are under an evacuation order, please take heed of these evacuation orders and get ready to go at this time. So guys, I'm going to try to get some more information and talk to some people in these areas about what they're hearing, but these evacuation orders came down very quick again for around Castaic Lake, Hillcrest, Hasley, Sloan, Bitter Canyon, Charlie Canyon. Just be prepared to go because this is moving very, very quickly, but they are bringing in a lot of crews for this area. I did talk to some CAL FIRE crews. They said that they are sending aircraft. They are moving all this way. A lot of them that are stationed out at Eaton and Palisades are coming this way as well. So 500 acres growing rapidly, they said. They have spotting on the other side of the lake. They have a helicopter, dozer, and engine hand crews have been requested as well. So they're putting all hands on deck for this fire burning right now now in Castaic.
And it is
Back to you guys.
Amazing to see how black the smoke is, Amanda. We saw people running behind you. You know, these evacuations are happening. It seems like after our last two big fires, people are taking these evacuations more seriously. And we saw those people running. We know a lot of people were gone from home at work, and they had to go back to try to maybe get pets, trying to get some items. But we really encourage everyone to take these evacuation orders and even the warnings very seriously, because we have seen, unfortunately, how fast these fires can spread. We've seen that they can jump large roadways that we typically thought were a barrier to protect structures, but now we see that they are not the barriers that we had initially thought that they were.
Yeah, and we remember watching the 405 in the Palisades fire, and so many communities in the valley side hoping that it wasn't going to jump the 405. Right now, the I-5 is open still, but that could be a major issue too as we take a look at all of the smoke plumes. Also, somewhat fortunate, Mark, that we have such good air support this time, which we weren't able to have in those other fires in the initial days because the winds were so high. But now all of LA and surrounding departments are all hands on deck ready for another fire.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Ruben. This is just one of the fastest responses I have seen of both helicopter and fixed wing aircraft. And while the winds are high enough to cause extreme fire danger and fire behavior here, they're not so high that we can't have an aerial water dropping attack here. So that's really good news. It doesn't look like any of the aircraft are prohibited from flying right now due to winds. And Amy, you had mentioned something a little bit earlier near the top of the show about resources from the Eaton and Palisades fire. I can already tell you, based on the tail numbers on the radar, these are the exact same aircraft that have been so busy over the last 14 to 20 days, essentially doing the water drops and the Phos-Chek drops on what is very likely now their 5th or 6th major brush fire in about 2.5 weeks. So these pilots have done a tremendous amount of work. And if you come out to my screen, I can actually show you how busy the airspace is over this fire right now. There are so many aircraft that are currently working. The helicopter coordinator is doing an excellent job. What you're looking at here is the radar, and all of these orange icons up here on the northwest part of Lake Castaic are the water dropping helicopters that are filling up here on the northwest side of Lake Castaic. Now the fire, for a better perspective, is essentially burning in a line all along here. The start right about there. And now it continues in a northerly direction. We are seeing the head of the fire move to the north here. And we're also seeing fire down under here. But the smoke, it's all drifting in this direction. So these helicopters, they essentially have to fly through the smoke to get to the fire line. Now, Lake Hughes Road here, as I said, is closed for any sort of civilian traffic. It's being used for firefighters to get into the fire. They're probably not able to get too far. They're probably going to stop right about here because that's where the fire is. And then, of course, the 5 freeway goes up here. It is still open at this time. But right now, we're about to see some fixed wing come in shortly as all of those aircraft are over to the left waiting for those fixed wing to do their Phos-Chek drops.
Well, it is definitely a fortunate situation that water source is right there for all of the aircraft that need to, fill up and make a quick turnaround to drop the water.
Absolutely. We have Kenichi Haskett from LA County Fire on the phone with us right now. Thank you so much for joining us. It is good to see all these aircraft in the sky, and it is good to see that there is at least a water source nearby. But of course, everyone is very worried about the homes.
Yeah, so we have Quebecs are on scene as well as our Chinooks, and we're going to make an aggressive air attack, as you can see, and you guys already spoke to. The winds are, as you already mentioned, such that we can still fly at this time, but we are seeing some winds sustained at approximately 30 miles per hour. And the National Weather Service still has us under a red flag warning, so the winds are supposed to increase as the day progresses.
And Kenichi, give us an idea, at what point would the aircraft not be available? How high does the wind have to be?
That's at the discretion of the heli attack base as well as the crews flying as to the precision of their drops. So that's all vetted and verified as they start ground truthing everything and to see if they're effective on their drops. Because as the wind picks up, it makes it dangerous for aircraft as well as the drops aren't as precise because the wind sprays everything. And it also limits visibility. So it's a case by case, but usually, for example, we ground all aircraft, for example, on the Palisades when we add sustained winds and gusts up to 99 miles an hour. So hopefully we're not going to see that, and that's the case. We're not going to see winds in that range. But what we would like the people to do is please visit protect.genesis, GENASYS.com, or you can download the app, and that app will show you exactly where we have the orders and evacuations in place.
Yeah, it's really important information. And can you talk to us just about how the firefighters are doing after no rest for so long and these just incredible firefights, and now they have yet another fire? And talk to us also about the terrain.
Steep, dry. It's dry for January. The RHs, relative humidities, are in the low teens, if not in the single digits. They're dealing with dry conditions, but regarding rest, we're thankful and grateful for firefighters coming in from not just throughout our state, but throughout the nation as well as other countries. So that's helped augment our troops that are on the ground, so to speak, our firefighter crews that were on the ground on the 7th when we started the Palisades and the Eaton, January 7th, but we were able to get them back home, so to speak, rest them, and then to recover them to get back on the line and protect our communities.
Well, Kenichi, it is surprising to see how black this smoke is. Often we see the really black smoke when it's structures that are burning, and usually a lighter smoke when it's out there in the brush. Is this because this is a thicker brush, perhaps an area that has not burned in a long time? Is that why we're seeing the difference?
I can't speak to that specifically, but I know we don't have any structures at this time that I can speak to that are an immediate threat, but we have issued a warning around Castaic as well as an order. There is a lot of dense, dry brush. We had the Bobcat and the Lake Fire within that region in 2020. The post fire north of that at the beginning of June, I believe, but there is a lot of unburned, dry fuel in that area.
And what about the people? Obviously, there are evacuation orders and warnings in place right now. Talk to us about the community and where the homes and structures are that you're concerned about right now.
The homes and the structures and communities that we're concerned about are within that. If you visit, download protect.genesis, you can download it on your Android or iPhone. Those are the communities adjacent to and or around Castaic Lake, south of Castaic Lake along the 5 corridor. Everything east of the 5 corridor, east of Castaic Lake, are put under an evacuation order. So we encourage people to know their zones. They can go to protect.genesis or visit CAL FIRE or fire.ca.gov, and it'll give you an interactive map where you can see exactly where your evacuation orders are. If you get a WEA alert, we encourage people, if you're in a warning area, please be ready to evacuate. Don't wait until it's time and you're ordered to evacuate, because that makes it a little more stressful, so to speak, to evacuate under an order when you're trying to get ready and get your pets ready. So we encourage people to please start that process now.
And we've been talking about all of the aircraft that is involved in this firefight, from the helicopters and the fixed wings. Let's talk a little bit about the boots on the ground. You've got plenty of manpower now from all the other fires?
Yeah, so we'll surge our crews into the area. We have crews that are coming off Eaton and the Palisades that we might be able, that we're going to try to surge and make sure we have appropriate resources and right size that to make sure we do not get into communities. That is our number one concern, is life. As the sheriff's mentioned, we want people out. If they issue an evacuation order, please leave, so we can get our crews into those areas and ensure that we protect your home. Because the last thing we need to do, we will do it if you call 911 and you're trapped, but recalling on the 7th that night, we had so many calls to service to rescue people from their homes that augments our staffing, that diverts our staffing to protecting structure and getting this fire out for the guys the troops on the ground or the firefighters on the ground. So to that point and to your point, please adhere to the evacuation orders. It's for the protection of your life, your family, your loved ones, and your pets.
And of course, all of the heroes who are fighting this fire right now and risking their lives as well. You know, you recall in the Palisades fire, when that first broke out, people literally were running for their lives. They left their cars in the middle of the roadways. Then later there was some information about you should leave your keys in the car if you leave your car in the middle of the roadway. What is the proper protocol, worst case scenario, if something like that happens?
That's a good idea. If you're in an evacuation order, we try to encourage you to stay in your car and keep driving because you're going to be faster. But if your gridlock stopped, yes, try to seek shelter in water or around water. But yes, that's probably a good idea to leave your keys in your car.
Yeah. And we know getting out of this area can be very difficult, and we're getting word that I-5 northbound at Parker Road, the off-ramp, and I-5 northbound at Lake Hughes Road, the off-ramp, will be shut down now. We've been hearing that the 5 has been open, but there was a lot of smoke in this area, so it's even more important that people don't wait. A lot of times they think, oh, it's just a warning, it's not mandatory, but this is a time when they really need to pack up and get out.
Yes, that's a great point that you brought up. If you're in a warning, there's no reason you need to stay. You can definitely leave, go visit some family or friends, drive somewhere else where you feel safe. And if you're in the order area, we want you to leave now.
All right. Well, Kenichi Haskins, thank you so much for joining us today, and good luck with the firefight. We appreciate your time.
All right. Thank you. Have a good day.
All right, we want to go back to our Amanda Starantino. Amanda, I know that you are standing by, and you have been joined by some evacuees who were taking no chances in getting out as quickly as possible.
Yeah, we're actually following them to go as they are getting ready to evacuate. So Monica here was actually in class at North Lake Hills Elementary School. All the kids have been evacuated there. What was going on there?
So everyone started freaking out, but like we all went into the NPR. And they told us to like go from the front gate out. So that was a lot over there because we didn't know where to go and what to do. So
it happened fast.
Yeah, it happened real fast. Like it was like a little bit of fire, and then we went outside like that, and there was a lot of fire. Like it was crazy.
What did it look like to you? Describe it.
Scary, but it was like kind of like lava. You know, like that lava one. Yeah. Like that. And then. Everyone got sent to the park, the Cataice Park, and I think they're still there. There was 3 buses, and yeah.
Some buses are taking kids out. We did see those kids. So you were explaining to me that there was a lot of smoke. Tell me what that was like.
A lot of smoke. We could have smelled it from inside the classroom.
But when you're outside, it was bad.
Yeah, it was super bad.
Okay. What was it like evacuating school today?
So like everyone started crying when we were in the NPR, and so everyone had to leave because everyone was shouting. So everyone's now at the sports complex.
Okay, you guys are safe now. So this family, they live right next to Cataice Lake. They are getting ready to go evacuate. Yeah, so they live right there. So they're actually going to evacuate. So this is a whole family here. So you guys go start evacuating. We're going to meet up with you guys there. So yeah, you can see Mom came out in her PJs right there. But I do want to show you over here. We're going to catch up with you guys in just a second. Suzanne, I want you to look this way though. Suzanne, can you look this way for a second? I want to show you guys the big smoke plume over here. So we are just east of the 5 off of Lake Hughes. Lake Hughes is where that fire started. The smoke is blowing towards those neighborhoods. So right now the fire is burning through a lot of vegetation and brush right next to the lake. It is very, very dry over there. But the concern is there's a lot of homes in this area in the direction the wind is blowing. So I know a lot of people that live across the 5, on the west side of the 5, it's thinking, you know, the fire's far, I don't need to go. But that's the direction we are seeing the smoke going. And it's actually all behind where Sloan Canyon is, Hasley Canyon, Hillcrest, all those neighborhoods up that way. And you are under an evacuation order, so you need to go. You need to start preparing now, even though the fire is on the other side of the 5 right now. We know how quickly those smoke embers can go. Look right there. So those water dropping aircraft are starting to come into the area. We have several ordered for this area. Hand crews on scene too. Engines are going through. They are working very quickly to get all hands on deck here. We're seeing it come over, going right into the wind as well. So these guys super talented to make sure that water gets dropped onto those flames. You could see the flames from the 5 when we were coming in, and you can see that smoke plume all the way down. I think we started seeing it about Rinaldi when we were driving here on the 405. So this area, a lot of families are trying to evacuate, and I will tell you, on the way in, traffic started to get really backed up on the 5, starting at Hasley Canyon, getting off at Hasley Canyon, you know, where the Ralph's is right there. Very tricky to get off the freeway there. The old road also backed up. Lake Hughes and Parker also taking a long time to get off the road there. So if you need to evacuate, be prepared. It's going to be slow to get off. And also, if you are under an order, you should probably just go the other way at this point. So we're going to follow them. They're going to start getting evacuated. That's what these families are doing here. This whole area is evacuated. I can see a lot of people actually already gone. Oh, look right here. This family right here, we got some kitties. This is what you should be doing with your pets right now. This is the right thing to do. I see we have Salem, and I don't know what your name is, buddy. Get your animals out as quickly as possible. My mom just got my cats and dogs too because we live close by. So get ready to go because that's what you need to be doing right now. Everywhere near Castaic Lake is under an evacuation order. I am just near the entrance as if you're going to Castaic Lake, the recreation area. That's where we are. That's what community you're in right here. So Ridge Route and Lake Hughes. I will tell you, since I've been here for the past about 40 minutes, couldn't smell any smoke. Now that smoke is starting to come in. I'm just starting to smell it. So air quality is not going to be great here if you are in this area. Let me talk to this family that's packing up to go over here. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm kind of just running around. Kind of hectic over here as people are starting to evacuate. Excuse me, sir. I'm from KCAL News. Do you mind talking to me really quick? Okay. Come on over this way. You're evacuating right now?
Yeah, I am evacuating. I was in school when this happened. I was in Castaic High School. They wouldn't let us leave. But
Castaic High School's on the other side of the freeway.
Yeah, it's over there. It's up the hills. I saw it, and it was growing. It was growing big. There was a bunch of fire or a bunch of smoke. It was just going that way, and the sky was all dark. I was scared.
Yeah, and so Castaic High School has been evacuated?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, how quickly did they get all you guys out?
It was like a while, like 20 minutes.
Did you come down Hillcrest?
Yeah.
Okay, how is it coming down Hillcrest?
There's a lot of traffic. There's a lot of traffic.
Slow moving?
Yeah.
Okay,
slow
so
moving.
what have you packed up to evacuate?
Oh, we're just packing everything right now. We haven't put anything in the cars yet, but we're about to leave, yeah.
Okay, all right. Be safe. Thank you so much. Okay, so you got the cats evacuated too, I see? Okay, so animals are all ready to go. So Castaic High is across the 5 freeway on the west side, way back in the hills. So that is also now evacuated as well. There's a lot of vegetation and brush up that way. And when I said it's up Hillcrest, that is one long road up a hill that is all residential and a lot of homes in that area. Hillcrest is being evacuated. It's under an evacuation order right now. So please be prepared. If you're under that order, you need to go. We can see the wind keeps blowing this way. I'm going to try to talk to more families as they're getting ready to go, and also talk to some fire crews as well. But we are seeing the fire department, sheriff's deputies, and water coming out here. Remember, too, we are right next to the lake. That is really great. It's going to be really easy to collect some water from that. Last summer, multiple times we saw fires burning in the area, and they were very quickly pulling water from Castaic Lake. So that is a great resource that we have to fight this fire, but it's continuing to grow. It's a very hectic situation out here, guys.
And Amanda, just from the time that you started your live shot, we've seen the scene get a little bit more hectic. We see families starting to smell that smoke now, people evacuating.
At Rudabay, I actually want to update you. It's now at 3,400 acres.
Exactly.
So this is moving really, really quickly.
Just barely over an hour later, we went from 500 acres to 3,400 acres. And Amanda, what I can't help but remember is that when the Palisades fire broke out, it was early in the day, we were talking to Carter Evans, whose children were being evacuated from school, being moved to a safe area. There were a lot of parents trying to get to their kids, and now we're seeing this again. It broke out early. People are now taking evacuations more seriously. There's a little more panic. We heard with the children that you were talking to that one of the little boys said that kids were crying and shouting because unfortunately, in the last 2 weeks, they've seen some very serious, deadly fires. And so people are fortunately taking it more seriously. But, you know, this is a tough situation when parents are trying to get home from work to get to their kids and get the family evacuated. Do you know, Amanda? I know this
that's
is
exactly what this family is doing.
You live in this area.
Go on,
Are
Amy.
there many schools in the area that are in the evacuation zones?
Yes, there are. So right up Hillcrest, what I was talking about. So you have Castaic High School right there. You also have an elementary school right there. North Lake Hills Elementary School. Several little schools in these pockets that are up on these hillsides right against those areas that have the brush and vegetation in that area. So you have to be very careful when it comes to these schools, but they have all been evacuated. They are under orders. Thankfully, where a majority of those schools are, they're across the freeway. So that's not quite where the flames are just yet. So it's great that they're getting all those kids out now, getting them to their families as quickly as possible. You heard that kid say that was at Castaic High, how quickly that fire grew and that plume grew while they were in class. And so they got them all out of there. Again, traffic backing up here, though. These roads not very big out here. So getting down off of them and down Hillcrest, Hasley Canyon's one way on both sides. So if you are under that order, pack up and go now because you need to get going. We know the 5 is going to be packed, the old road as well. A lot of people using that to get out of the area too, but just to get back in because this happened so quickly that a lot of people are at work right now. You have to remember that work, school, what they're doing today, have to get back this way. And this is all the way down the 5. So very hectic of people just trying to get home. Right now we can see some fire engines coming. We're getting a lot called in. I talked to some guys that were at Eaton and Palisades. Hey, we're seeing another water dropping helicopter right there. So that is some good news. So they are moving very quickly on this. As soon as we saw the plumes, I heard from someone from CAL FIRE saying they were on their way to Castaic to try to fight this and get a handle on this as quickly as possible. So plenty of crews out here. We're seeing that one start going right into the plume right there. So a lot of action being taken very quickly on this. Sheriff's deputies actually blocking us from getting any further. So we are working on that to try to get into some of those evacuation order areas. But right now we are being blocked. They're being very particular about who is getting back there at this time. So working to get you some more images of exactly where those flames are at. I can actually see it looks like it's starting to come more this way. So the wind is blowing southwest right now. So that's blowing towards across the freeway into all those neighborhoods on the other side of the 5, on the other side of the old road, so the west side of the 5 and the old road. So those communities, you need to be prepared to evacuate. This is growing very, very quickly. Again, we're at 3,400 acres in just about an hour. This thing's moving fast.
Yeah, it's moving so fast. And Amanda, actually on our screen to the right, you can see the flames burning through that brush. And then we've seen just since you've been live, the sky just darken. It's just black smoke above you. And we've seen how chaotic the scene has gotten. And you, of course, were covering the other fires just days ago. And we saw, you know, the lessons from evacuations and how quickly the fire moved. Of course, in that instance with the Eaton fire, the alert system, and as well as the Palisades fire, there were issues there. But now we know that there are evacuation warnings and orders in place. And so if you're under a warning, it's definitely advisable to listen to that, to pack up now, not to wait until you're under an order. There are also issues with clogging roads and access for firefighters. We now know that the I-5 northbound is closed at Parker Road at the off-ramp there. I-5 northbound at Lake Hughes Road also closed. If you're just joining us, a fire burning near Castaic, 3,400 acres plus in just over about an hour and a half.
Exactly. This started at 10:42. Quickly by 11:15, it was at 500 acres. And now, as you just said, Rudabeh, it is at 3,400 acres. Our assignment manager, Mark Liu, has been keeping a very close eye from the breaking news desk. And we have had a lot of air resources. We saw the Chinooks out there. There are a number of fixed wing as well, all joining this firefight.
Yeah, they got here very, very quickly. There are 8 Phoscheck dropping or water dropping fixed wing aircraft. Those are the big ones, including 2 McDonnell Douglas MD-87s that took off immediately from San Bernardino International Airport. They can drop 4,000 gallons of Phoscheck at a time. There are at least 6 or 7 water dropping helicopters, including those twin engine Coulson Aviation Chinooks, those ones with the 2 rotors. They really make that loud thumping noise when they pass overhead. Amanda Starantino saw one of them in that neighborhood of Castaic as it passed overhead. They can drop 3,000 gallons of water. They immediately launched from Van Nuys Airport. They are there as well. And I just heard on the radio that the air commander is asking for 2 VLATs or VLAT fixed wing aircraft. That stands for very large water dropping or tactical aircraft. those are likely the DC-10s, the largest ones we will see here today if they can get in the air and over there. But that would make a total of 10 fixed-wing aircraft in the area. Now, this is a very significant air attack here. This is where this fire is going to try. They're going to try and stop this fire because the ground crews down there are not going to be able to get close to those extremely big flames you can see right there with KCAL. Now, this fire is burning in a very long line to the eastern side of Castaic Lake, and I want you to come out to my screen and show you where that's happening as well as the evac zone. So, important areas to account for here. This is Southern California. I'm going to zoom in right here. And this is Lake Castaic. It is a V-shaped lake right here to the north of Santa Clarita, which is down here. The fire, they're calling it the Hughes fire, started right there at about 10:53 this morning. I'm going to zoom in a little bit further and show you that the fire line that you're looking at with KCAL is essentially all along here. We are seeing fire direction to the north and fire direction to the south. This line is just getting longer and longer, and it is burning in these directions. Now, Amanda Starantino, she was just in the community right there. It's certainly within this red zone, the mandatory evac orders, along with this entire community of Castaic down here near the bottom. Everyone in those areas are urged to get out now. Those evacuation orders are mandatory. And then the yellow areas you can see all along the southeastern side of the fire here. These include the communities of Castaic Junction and Del Val. And I believe we may see these evacuation orders extend to the south depending upon this fire behavior. So it would not be a bad idea for the people that live in Santa Clarita to think about actually getting their cars packed. Now, right now we just saw what looks like a fire footprint right here. This was just updated by Intel 12. That's that aircraft that flies out of Sacramento to do aerial mapping. And you can see the fire now has spread just to the north of the Lake Castaic area. And if we zoom out a little bit further, you're going to see that this evacuation order extends now up into the Antelope Valley area and these communities called 3 Points, Sandberg, and Pyramid Lake, all in evacuation warning. So LA County Fire and Angeles National Forest very concerned about all of the areas to the north, south, east, and west of this fire as Amy and Rudabeh, these wind conditions are unpredictable and can cause this fire to go in just about any direction right now.
Absolutely, Mark. And as we continue to show our viewers the fire here, our meteorologist Paul Diano was talking earlier about how this is the driest winter on record. Paul, we thought that we were kind of in the quiet before the next windstorm event. We knew it was warm and dry, but the winds are still pretty strong up in this area, about 32 miles per hour. Is that correct?
We bumped up from there a little bit. I'm looking at a map that will pop up on the screen in a second. The wind recording stations that we use around this fire are anywhere from 35 to 39 miles per hour. That's an improvement from yesterday, but it's still a problem. And really, this specific location is historically a very windy spot. Think about this. If the wind is rushing in from the north and east, which it is with an offshore wind event, it's going to find the path of least resistance to kind of make its way to the Pacific Ocean. And one of those paths of least resistance is either through the 14 or through the Grapevine. Well, guess where the 14 and the Grapevine come together? So we have wind hitting walls of mountains, hitting the San Gabriels, hitting the Santa Susanas, hitting the mountains of eastern Ventura County. It's not just going to stop. It's going to try to find those little nooks and crannies to work its way through Southern California. And in this specific spot, that's where we have the fire burning, where a lot of these wind corridors, where sometimes we build highways because they're the lowest elevation, right along the 5 and along the 14, those are the places where the wind is kind of converging. And that's what we have right here. Santa Clarita, 35 mile per hour wind gust, Del Val, 36 miles per hour, and Castaic Junction, 35 miles per hour. As for the weather conditions right around the fire itself, temperatures are running 65 to 70 degrees. The winds are coming from the northeast. That's the key to all of this. From the northeast, which means the winds are going in the opposite direction, pushing the fire to the south and west. That's why this is a big concern for Castaic. That's why this is a big concern for northern Santa Clarita, because those communities and those people are to the south and west of this fire. Next 24 hours in and around Castaic, we're looking at wind gusts likely through the afternoon at a minimum of about 25 to 35 miles per hour. Perhaps relaxing overnight tonight. I'm not honestly buying into that much. But then tomorrow, we'll still be fighting this fire tomorrow. We're looking at wind gusts ramping back up to 35 to 40 miles per hour. Super dry, still breezy, hasn't rained in 8 months, and all the brush that grew over the past 2 wet winters. If you could possibly draw up a worst case scenario for a fire season in January, I think all the elements that we have currently are listed on that list right now. Let's get 2 wet winters, have everything grow, then everything completely dry out with no rain for 8 months, and let's throw a wind event in every 2 or 3 days. That is exactly the world that we're living in right now, and those are the conditions that firefighters are trying to brave. Those thousands of brave men and women fighting Mother Nature with a red flag warning in effect through 8 o'clock Thursday. Why does it expire then? Because we do expect the winds to die down and the winds to change direction, which will increase the humidity. And of course, we've been talking about the rain for the weekend. None of that helps today, where winds are 35 to 40 miles per hour in this fire zone, pushing this fire toward Castaic currently. Back to you.
Okay, Paul, thank you. We do have Dana Dirks from the Angeles National Forest on the phone right now as we continue to watch this fire burn. We're seeing it, Dana, ripping through the vegetation here and the flames very visible. We're seeing this really black smoke. Talk to us about what you're looking for right now and your impression of what's happening. Okay, it looks like, unfortunately, we got disconnected, so we'll try to get Dana back on the phone shortly. But as we take a wider angle of this, you can just see how massive this is, and it just spreads so quickly.
So quickly. We've been talking for a while about how dry it is and how we no longer have a fire season. Fires are year-round, and we have seen, unfortunately, many fires in the month of January, which, you know, years ago, we would have a lot of fires in late fall. We would see them in October, November, when we would get the Santa Ana winds and it would be so dry. But typically, we would have started to see some rain, and we do know that rain is in the forecast. But right now, it is still just bone dry out there, and we are dealing with the winds, and we've been seeing how dark this smoke is. And this is often an indication of how much brush is being burned in that area. But I mean, this fire has just really just taken off since it broke out at 10:42 this morning.
Yeah, and I think we have Dana back on the phone with us now from the Angeles National Forest. Dana Dirks, are you there? Can you hear us?
Yes, I am.
Okay, wow, we're seeing it just how close to the roadway it is right now. So talk to us about what you all are doing. Obviously, everyone was very on guard given the past 2 fires that we've seen in recent days, but what are you all doing operationally right now?
Sure. Angeles National Forest firefighters are on the scene in unified command with LA County Fire Department. There's also assistance from LA County Sheriff's Department and from CHP. As you know, there's a lot going on right now. The latest acreage update we just received is approximately 3,400 acres. The fire is currently 3,400 acres with 0% containment, but our firefighters are working hard to put this fire out as quickly as possible.
Yeah, it is amazing to see. You know, there was a time when we often thought that a roadway would be a barrier for a fire, but we have seen that it has already crossed over. What we're showing our viewers now is it is on both sides of the roadway. And Dana, I don't know if you can talk to us about what is burning up there. The smoke's so black, it's just really, really thick brush.
I understand there's a fair amount of thick brush up in that area.
Yeah, so this is a very kind of steep terrain, windy conditions for firefighters who are very fatigued from the Palisades fire and the Eaton fire. We know some of the firefighters have just come off the Eaton fire and are now battling this one. So talk to us about the conditions. I mean, we know the brush is really dry. Our meteorologist, Paul Diano, has said that this is the driest we've ever been at this time. So what are the conditions like in terms of the firefight?
Again, this is, you know, as with many of our fires, always very challenging to put out. We're in fairly steep conditions. We certainly have a lot of brush. As you said, it's incredibly dry. And then when you add wind into the equation, it gets more interesting. So again, our firefighters are working very hard to try to put this firefight out as quickly as possible. I do want to mention, and I'm sure you already have on air, but again, just a reminder that there are evacuation orders and warnings out there at this time. If people are not familiar with the Protect Genesis website, it's really important to get familiar with it quickly. The website is protect.genesis, GENASYS.com. And that's a website in which you can put in your address and find out quickly if you're in an evacuation order or warning area or not in either of the above.
And so important to listen to even the warnings. Just get ready now, even if you're in the area, right? Just get packed up, because it can be so confusing in those very chaotic and stressful moments to know what to take. You forget things. You're trying to get out kind of in a panic.
Absolutely. If at any point you feel unsafe, even if you're not in an evacuation warning or order area, then it's time to leave. But ideally, you want to be thinking about your safety and how you might leave in an evacuation setting at any time. You know, at any point in time, you should always be prepared.
Well, Dana, you know, there were a lot of people in the last two large fires that we have been covering, the Palisades and Eaton fire, and there were a lot of people who stayed behind saying, oh, I wanted to try to save my house. I wanted to try to do what I could to help in this firefight. Your advice to people right now is to just get out. You don't need their help. Is that right?
I would say the most important thing is life, right? Your life is most important. So if you feel at all unsafe, or if you definitely fall in an evacuation order area or evacuation warning area, the time is getting ready to prepare to leave.
Yeah, how close, we're getting a view now of these homes that looks like a subdivision, and it's getting harder to even see what we're looking at because the smoke is so thick right now and it's spreading so quickly with the winds. But how close is this to the forest? How close are these homes and structures to that steep terrain that we've been talking about as we see those flames jump around very quickly?
We're again, lots of different communities are built in and around the forest itself. And so, yes, there are homes in the general vicinity and in the immediate area.
And luckily you have a body of water, right, to help you, and aircraft are able to get up into the sky, which is a huge relief. I know from just the Palisades fire, seeing when the planes finally got back in the air and the helicopters, people were just so relieved because they knew that they had more tools to fight the flames.
Yes, definitely having the lake there is a benefit for sure.
Yes, but we just continue to see this, you know, such a large plume of smoke, and it seems like that is definitely, I hate to say it like this, but scaring people into evacuating, which is certainly a good thing that they are heeding the warnings and they are leaving the area. But this is also an area, as you were talking about, with the communities being built around the forest. There are not a lot of areas, you know, that have a lot of roads to get in and out. So it's certainly going to slow down those evacuations.
Yes, I also do want to mention that even I-5 is certainly affected by this, as well as many other numerous roads. So it is important to leave if you feel unsafe or if you fall in an evacuation order area. Evacuation warning is basically get ready to go. But again, if you feel unsafe at any time, be sure to go ahead and leave. Because it's going to take you a little bit of time potentially to get out of that area as well. As of just a few minutes ago, there was a listing of evacuation orders issued for Castaic Lake, Ridge Route, Paradise Ranch Road, North Lake Elementary, Sloan Canyon Road, Green Hill Drive, Hillcrest Parkway, Romeo Canyon Drive, Halsey Canyon, Cambridge area, and Charlie Canyon area. But I would also, again, check the Protect Genesis website for additional information. We do also list current road closures at Lake Hughes routes, south and north, Ridge Route Road at Lake Hughes, Ridge Route Road at Templin Highway, Lake Hughes at Pine Canyon, Dry Gulch at San Francisco Canyon Road, Golden State Freeway, Bitter Canyon, and Sterling Lane.
All really useful information. As far as resources right now, we had so much help coming in from other states, other countries, other agencies for the last two fires. How are you feeling about resources? Do you think you have what you need to fight this fire as well as you possibly can?
Normally, within even just a few hours of the start of a fire, we have between 100 and 200 firefighters on the scene. I don't have an exact number of exactly how many we have on site right now, but as you know, we also do have aerial support. So we'll have a better number on that, I imagine, soon.
Well, we certainly appreciate all of your information, Dana, for joining us and telling us about the closures and really encouraging people in the area to evacuate when they get those warnings or if they even feel like they are in danger. So we certainly appreciate all of the information that you've been providing us.
Great. Well, thank you very much for having us online. I do also want to mention just one reminder. The Angeles National Forest is currently closed through Friday, 11:59 p.m., and we do ask that people stay out of the forest. We are in critical fire danger, and so we really appreciate everyone's cooperation with us.
That's a really good point, a really good reminder. Some people might not be watching the news. They might be in a different area of the Angeles National Forest and maybe potentially not seeing all of this smoke that we've been seeing. So thank you so much. We appreciate all you're doing for the community to stop these flames. We want to get now to Mark. And Mark, we're seeing this. We saw some people down right next to the flames. That's not advisable. Those are media shooting video. People should not be getting anywhere close to the flames. They should be staying away and evacuating if they're under warnings or orders.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Rudabeh. You can see the size of these flames and the wind and how fast they are moving. Being on that road, which I think was Lake Hughes Road, which is currently closed, should only be for professional firefighters at this time. That is pretty much the only way to access the eastern side of this fire in any regard. So this road down there, that is as Lake Hughes Road, needs to be kept clear. And it's very possible that was media down there, or perhaps independent journalists. Amanda Starantino is much further to the west in an evacuated neighborhood of Castaic, and she was there talking to people as they were getting their cars loaded up and sent out. But you can see the flames here. This is near the southern end of the fire as it continues to move closer towards the communities of Castaic and Sulphur Springs and the northern part of Santa Clarita. So these evacuation orders are expanding to the south. The evacuation warnings are on the east and west as well, and to the north, as the winds are pushing this fire to the southwest. But there is a head of this fire on the very northern part that is burning deeper into the wilderness north of Lake Castaic. But it's all this basic kind of vegetation that's out there. It's these small sort of scrubby kind of plants and bushes. We're not seeing tall trees in this region. This is a drier region of the Angeles National Forest. You're not seeing the trees like you did around the Eaton fire and the Mount Wilson Observatory, perhaps, where we saw those incredibly tall flame lengths. This is more desert brush out there that does burn very quickly, as that it has been very dry, as Paul Deanna was talking about. And now this line of fire, potentially 2 to 3 miles long here, as I sort of take a look at the radar and see where the aircraft are. If you could come out to my screen, I'm going to show you a quick update as to the firefight. Now, what you're looking at here is essentially the fire line is extending all along here and up into this area. Now, we are seeing it move to the north and to the south, which is concerning for those people there in the south. But right here is where all of the aircraft, essentially the helicopters, are going to refill on the northwestern part of Lake Castaic, right there. That's where they're fueling up. And they're hitting the fire line in this direction. Now, that's pretty much the only way the helicopters can do it, because the fixed wing, the big jets, are coming in this way to drop Phos-Chek all along the line. And when they do that, all of these helicopters have to move over here because they don't want to get in the way of these jets. And these jets include the MD-87s. These are the large air tankers that are coming out of San Bernardino International Airport. These are also 4 Super Scoopers. I was not aware that we now have a team of 4 Super Scoopers in the area. They're actually right here filling up in the Bouquet Reservoir, which is probably where they need to be, being that they can't really land here in Lake Castaic. But the aerial assault continues, and I'm going to come out now to my screen and show you where the evac zones are. They have just been expanding all morning. This fire just about 2 hours old, and look at how big the red areas are here. The most important evac zones right here in Castaic, as most of this area up here, not very heavily populated. So we're talking about this area of Castaic. I'm going to zoom in. There are homes down there. Amanda Starantino, she was right about here in this neighborhood, and that's ground zero for the evac order. As the 5 freeway runs through here, it is now closed, but I believe if you are evacuating, you can head south to get out of the area. Now, Lake Hughes Road also is closed. This is the road I was talking about. That is what firefighters are going to use to access this fire. And you can see right here, this is the fire footprint. We believe that it is now expanded over down into this area as well, based on images from KCAL. And this fire just continues to burn with 0% containment. But the areas to the south here of Castaic Junction and Santa Clarita, they're being covered by that giant loom up. Those people in that area must see and smell this fire, and hopefully they are heeding the warnings to get their cars ready and get out of there, because if you're going to head south, you're going to head through the Newhall Pass, and that's the 5 freeway, and it's going to get busy as the afternoon goes on.
Absolutely. And I understand there's a jail in the area, too, and there's some question as to how the inmates can be evacuated for the entire jail. And, of course, there are schools in the area evacuated and subdivisions where people live. So a lot happening. It's a very chaotic scene right now. We do have Officer Isabel Diaz from the CHP on the phone with us right now. Thank you so much for joining us. And we've been talking about the congestion in situations like these, especially along the 5, and how it can get really busy and it can make it hard to get out, not to mention the visibility.
Yes, thank you for having me. Yes, we're just asking people to, I know it's hard to say, but stay calm and just listen to first responders. As of right now, we are confirmed shutting down the Parker off-ramp from northbound 5 and the Lake Hughes off-ramp from northbound 5.
And for people that need to be evacuating, we know that this broke out while a lot of people were at work, and they were trying to get home, maybe to get pets out, to pick up kids that were at school. What are you advising for people who are trying to get in and out of the area because of the evacuations? But, there are limitations, and now parts of the 5, as you just mentioned, are closed, off-ramps at least?
The off-ramps, not the entire freeway is not impacted. Those off-ramps that I mentioned are closed down. We're just asking people to evacuate if they're being asked to evacuate.
So what are your officers doing right now? Are they going to be going into those neighborhoods and telling people to get out in the mandatory evacuation zones?
It's a very active situation. We're working with the Sheriff Department, fire personnel, just to ensure everyone is evacuating safely. We're assisting with the schools that are being evacuated. Like you mentioned, residents. It's kind of an all hands on deck right now, just trying to ensure safety for everybody. And obviously at CHP, the priority is also road closures.
And officer, that makes it a little more difficult for those evacuations. And are you seeing a lot of trouble spots because of so many people trying to get out on limited roads?
It's a very active and chaotic scene at the moment, and we're just all trying our best to get everyone out safely.
Yeah, well, we certainly appreciate your efforts. I know the community does as well. We've been talking a lot about this really dark black smoke. How is visibility in terms of driving conditions, even on the roads that are open?
So it's probably very difficult, being how the fire is, but my recommendation for everyone is to download the apps, for example, Watch Duty app, and follow the evacuation plans that are being advised.
Which is excellent advice. People need to really heed the warnings and, of course, the orders to get out of the area. Have you all been dealing with people who, instead of going away, are trying to get into the area because of perhaps pets or kids that are being evacuated from school, or are the schools doing something to help with the evacuation?
I think it's too soon to know all the details. It's very active, very fluid, and putting closures in place and just evacuating is the main priority at the moment.
What are some common kind of mistakes or things that people overlook when when a fire breaks out like this so quickly, so fast? It's such a chaotic scene, and people are desperately trying to get out or not get out. But what are some of the things that you want to remind people?
My main reminder would be just listen to evacuation orders. I know it's difficult, but it's for your safety, and the main concern is that we have you with us and you evacuate.
Yeah, and you reminded everyone earlier, too, to just try to stay calm and keep composure because obviously a lot of people are going to be out on the roads. You want to make sure you're trying to follow the rules as well as possible so you don't cause accidents or create any kind of hazards for your officers as well, right?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, well, Officer Isabel Diaz from the California Highway Patrol, thank you so much for joining us and for all that you are doing to try to help people get out of the area safely. And we certainly, appreciate all that you and the other officers are doing.
Thank you for having me. Be safe.
Thank you. You as well. And, I have to say that I was texting with someone who is in Camarillo, one of our loyal viewers, Pat Mike. She was saying that in Camarillo, there is a lot of smoke there. She says it's very smoky and hard to breathe because she has asthma. But, the smoke has just really traveled. And Camarillo is quite a distance from the area. But, I think because we have had so many fires, including the fire that started in Moore Park and jumped over to Camarillo, the mountain fire. We've had so many lately, it's hard to keep track with all of the fires that we've been dealing with. But, people see the smoke, and I think a lot of people are dealing with PTSD. They know that it is very scary to see the smoke. You don't always know how close the fire is, and so it's so important that you're paying attention to the warnings, the orders that are coming across. We've been giving you different websites and different ways that you can learn about the evacuations, because if it's very smoky in Camarillo, there are a lot of areas between Camarillo and Castaic that are also seeing that smoke and not exactly sure how close the fire is to them. But we can see here from KCAL the traffic of folks trying to get off of the 5. We see that closure there. We were learning of a number of closures, not the 5, but the off-ramps.
Yeah, that was
at
at Lake Hughes Road that we're seeing now from above. And you can see why it's so important to just, leave early if you are in one of these zones, because it can get really hairy out there in terms of traffic and closures. And we've spoken to officers and basically every agency, just all hands on deck, trying to do the best they can to get people out and to fight these fires. But again, great that the aircraft are up in the air, great that all hands were on deck, anticipating these winds, and great that there is a water source nearby. And Mark, you've been looking at all of this from the beginning at every angle of the firefight.
Yeah, what's interesting is what we're looking at with KCAL. That's the northbound 5. People trying to get off on Lake Hughes Road, which would put them closer to the fire. So these are people that are actually heading in the wrong direction. The people that are heading to the left side of your screen, that's the southbound 5. That's people that are heading away from the fire. The people that are heading to the right side of your screen, they're heading north from the Santa Clarita Valley towards Lake Castaic. So what we saw there was some CHP officers that were at Lake Hughes Road saying you really don't want to go this way. It could very well likely be people that live in the neighborhood of Castaic that are trying to get home. Now this looks like further to the south. This could possibly be in the Sulphur Springs area, the Val Verde area with KCAL. And these are people very clearly trying to get onto the 5 freeway heading southbound. These are people that are heeding the evacuation order, but you can see how congested it gets in the hours immediately after an evacuation order. Yeah, those are all people that are attempting to get out of this area, which is what the evacuation order and warning is telling them to do. But those people that were a little bit further north on the 5 that you can see with KCAL, they were trying to essentially get off of the 5 and into the Lake Hughes Road area, which is closed right now, and they're urging people to get out. Now, this is a line of CHP officers or perhaps LA County sheriffs that are going to assist in traffic control, and it certainly looks like that's going to be needed here as I try and look on the map and figure out exactly which off-ramp that is. It's somewhere on the 5 to the south. Oh, this is This is the Hazley Canyon off-ramp that has those unique sort of roundabout features there at Hazley Canyon. And what we're looking at is the west side of the 5. So some people are actually maybe trying to get on the northbound 5, but a lot of other people are trying to get on the southbound 5 as well. And as the southbound 5 continues into the Newhall, Santa Clarita area, it is going to back up simply because we're getting into afternoon traffic as well. And this is a very heavily traveled corridor for people who are just commuting back home from a day's work. So all of these off-ramps here looking very, very crowded as people appear to be heeding the warnings. If they haven't checked their apps or their news apps or gotten an alert, they may just see the loom up that is to the north of them and realize that this is a major brush fire in Southern California again, and that now it's affecting their community and they need to pack up and leave.
Yeah, I think there was kind of a sigh of relief when we heard that there was rain in the forecast this weekend. We heard that the winds would not be quite as strong. And I think people, at least in some areas, thought they could kind of somewhat let their guard down. And then we saw this just explode. And also when you see this wider angle, you see how dry the conditions are there. There's just like no green. It's just all brown and so dry. And look how massive this is right now. You can also see how few roads and arteries there are around this fire in terms of access for firefighters and roads for people to be able to get out.
Yeah, it is remarkable to see how much smoke there is in the area. And our meteorologist, Paul Deanna, was talking about the wind conditions. And originally we were hearing they were around 32, and he let us know that in this area they were more at 35 and 39, and they were expecting the winds to pick up. I don't know if Paul can hear me now, but so often we talk about those sundowner winds as the winds pick up as evening comes. But we are going to see stronger winds in this area as the day progresses, Paul? Oh, okay. Sorry, Paul's not there. But Mark, we do often see, these sundowner winds and the winds picking up in these areas. I know they're very prevalent in Simi Valley areas, and I believe in this area as well. As the evening starts to come, we will get more winds, right, Paul?
We will. What we're going to see is we're going to see kind of like a wave coming up and down. During the day, the winds get a bit stronger. In the evening, the winds get a bit weaker. But the overall theme of this is going to be one of our windier spots. That's going to continue for the next 24 hours. I expect winds to be at least 20 miles per hour in this area through tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow evening. We kind of hit our peak of the winds for the day about an hour ago. We can switch over to our weather maps. If there's a very, very, very thin amount of good news with a fire that's spreading toward a populated area, it's that the winds were in the last hour up to about 40 miles per hour, and right now they're down to about 31 to 33 miles per hour. That said, that's about the speed through a neighborhood. Think about driving your car through a neighborhood. Maybe you're not moving terribly fast, but you're still moving at a pretty good rate. It's faster than you could ever go on a bicycle. So that's the speed that some of the smoke is moving. That's the speed that potentially some of the embers are moving. And that's the speed of wind that all these brave men and women who are flying the planes and helicopters are having to deal with as well. So the wind is not as bad as yesterday, certainly not as bad as last week or the week before, but it is bone dry air, and we are still looking at wind gusts right now anywhere from 31 to 33 miles per hour. Specifically zooming into Castaic Lake, temperatures around 70. It's a warm day out there. Even in the mountains, it's about 70 degrees, and the winds are pushing the fire to the south and west. That's why when we have a fire burning in an area where there aren't many people living, but downwind of there, we have significant communities. You can see the neighborhoods right there, and then just to the west of the 5 and right along the 5, just to the south of the lake, a lot of neighborhoods there. And that's the direction that the wind is pushing this fire right now. I'm going to step off screen and show you our downtown Los Angeles camera, because a number of people may be familiarizing themselves with this fire because of the smoke plume that you can see. And we have gone almost completely cloudy over the Hollywood Hills and points to the west in western LA County and eastern Ventura County, because that smoke plume is pushing the smoke over places like Camarillo, over places like Agora Hills, probably stretching now all the way out toward Malibu. So even if you're 40, 50, 60 miles away from this fire, you are being impacted by it, because now it looks like a cloudy day. Those aren't clouds, that's smoke. Now, we've talked about how dry it is. For November, we averaged about an inch of rainfall, about 1/5 of that. December, we barely got nothing, and in January, we have received nothing. So we are talking about the driest start to a winter that we have ever had. We've had 2/100ths of an inch of rain from the 1st of December through today. It's the 22nd. So we're talking about 53 days. We've had 1/50th of 1 inch of rainfall. That is not much. So we combine the dry conditions with the very dry and very low relative humidity. I'll switch over to that map now. Look at these relative humidity numbers. This is drier than Phoenix. Phoenix is not as dry as we are right here. Chino, 4% relative humidity. Santa Clarita, 7% relative humidity. Burbank, 8% relative humidity. And downtown Los Angeles, 9% relative humidity. So we're talking about very dry air. The ground is completely parched. And I'll switch back over to our wind map. The final piece of the puzzle here would be the 30 to 33 mile per hour winds that are blowing. It's kind of a 1, 2, 3 punch, or maybe 4 or 5, how many weather elements you want to throw in there. None of them are favorable for fighting a fire. All of them make this that much harder. Back to you.
All right, Paul, thank you. And if you're just joining us in the 1 o'clock hour, we are continuing to follow breaking news. What you're looking at is the Hughes fire that broke out at 10:42 this morning. We are learning that this fire has now grown to 5,000 acres. And we do know that there are a number of evacuation orders and warnings that are underway in the communities surrounding the Castaic area. Smoke can be seen as far as Camarillo. We are hearing from people in Oak Park and Agora that have also reported smoke in their areas as well. Joining us on the phone now is Scott Epstein with the AQMD, or the Air Quality Management District. Scott, we've been dealing with so much smoke from the previous fires, and now we have even more smoke coming from another direction.
Yeah, thanks for having me here. Yeah, it's really unfortunate. We thought we were going to get a break, but more smoke.
Yeah, and Scott, I mean, how dangerous is this for folks? I heard from one of our viewers, Patricia Mike, who's in Camarillo. She has asthma, and she was saying that it was tough for her to breathe in Camarillo. So this is many miles away. So I can only imagine for people that are in the Castaic area what they're dealing with right now, because this fire is really putting off a lot of smoke.
Yeah, absolutely. So breathing smoke is harmful to everybody, but people that have in sensitive groups such as children, older adults, pregnant women, people with pre-existing heart and lung issues like asthma, like you said, are especially vulnerable, and it's even more important that they take precautions to avoid breathing in that smoke.
And joining us now as well is Juan Fernandez as we continue to follow this breaking news of the Hughes fire. And you know, Scott, what advice are you having for people in this area? I mean, you want to tell them to stay indoors, but if they're being evacuated right now, they've got to get out. So what can they do?
Yeah, absolutely. So if you're being evacuated, by all means, get out. If you're not in an evacuation zone and you can stay inside, keep your windows and doors closed. Run your HVAC fan and or an air purifier. And avoid using things that bring outside air inside, such as a whole house fan or a swamp cooler. If you have to be outside, an N95 mask can provide some protection if it fits well. And also, you want to avoid doing any heavy outdoor exertion because you end up breathing in more pollution when you do that. And the best thing to do is just be aware of your air quality conditions. So you want to check the air quality measurements with either the South Coast AQMD app or aqmd.gov. That's if you're in LA County. If you're in Ventura County, you want to go to airnow.gov. Also, smell for smoke and look for ash. And if your AQI is high, if you smell smoke or you see ash, you want to take precautions to avoid breathing that pollution in.
All right, Scott Epstein, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon to give some really helpful advice for those who may be dealing with this smoke. We were also showing our viewers a live look at Castaic High School that is being evacuated. We were talking to families. Amanda Starantino was talking to families a little earlier. The families were evacuating, getting their kids out of the elementary school. And now we're also hearing about the high school.
And going back to the smoke and the danger of it, just driving in today, you can see the smoke even hovering over Studio City. A friend of mine also reached out who lives in North Hollywood. He has an N95 mask on inside his house because he is feeling the effects of it. So, yeah, make sure you keep your windows closed, run the AC if you need to, and be as safe as possible. All right, speaking of Amanda Starrentino, let's go back to her now. She is live at Ridge Route Road with the very latest from there. Amanda.
Hey guys, it's a very hectic scene over here. You can see the fire right over this way. This is where it's burning. The fire department asked me not to go any further. I'm going to take my IFB out because I'm getting some feedback from you guys. Okay, so what you can see is a lot of LA County Fire Department is out here. What they're doing right now is watching those flames. They're right on the other side of this ridge. They're concerned this wind is blowing southwest. So we are right alongside the 5 freeway. We are east of the 5, right past Lake Hughes Parkway. What this fire crew is doing right here, they're watching for any hot spots if that flames are going to go over. They have eyes up all down right here. We're right along Ridge Route. You can see the 5 to the right. And they're making sure that that fire doesn't go, but they're ready to go. The problem here, though, is in this spot where they're watching these flames come over, they have just a little bit of water in these tanks. Look at this. Massive tank right here. It has no water. It's under construction. So that's what they're very concerned about right now, that this thing has no water for them to fight that fire. So they are relying on water dropping aircraft at this point. But all these guys out here, they all have eyes on those flames, making sure this ridge line is staying clear. But that fire is back behind us, east of us right now. But the concern is, Suzanne, if you can turn around, you can see if that fire goes, there's all this hillside that is all dry with a lot of brush, and we can see all those homes right across the 5 freeway. So we're crossing Ridge Route Road right now. And this is just past the fire, but you can see right over here all these homes in this area, which they are under an evacuation order, but these guys keeping an eye if those flames go over, because the 5 freeway is right here, and that could cause a lot of problems because you can see just how much vegetation and brush is across there. So right across from me, if we go down this way, this is going to be going on the 5 south, going this direction. This is which way the wind is blowing by how you can tell in my hair blowing with the wind. So we're talking about these neighborhoods all right here. Lakeview, we got Lakeview over there. We have Hillcrest. We have Hasley Canyon. That's the direction this fire is going. You are under an order and you need to go in the Castaic Lake area as well. All those schools have been evacuated. So that is some good news there, that all those kids are out of there. We just came from the Castaic Recreation area. A lot of people have left in about an hour. It went from a very hectic, crazy scene there. The roads were packed to a very quiet area with just first responders. So it sounds like a lot of people packed up quickly to go. But again, fire crews watching that fire line right now and making sure that no hot spots come across this area. None of them can talk to me on camera here, but what I am being told is that they are just keeping an eye on these flames, making sure it's not going, but they say it's moving very, very rapidly. This thing is moving fast. I mean, actually, just look at it. You can see these pink strands right here, just how strong this wind is blowing and which direction it is going. I mean, this is a great wind gauge for us right here for you to see. And that's the direction that fire is going right now across all these hillsides. So right now, not directly impacting homes, but it very well could very, very quickly when this wind picks up. I'm gonna put my IFB back in so I can hear what you guys are saying. But all right, I can hear you guys now.
All right, Amanda, it looks like, we have these units here. They're kind of staged right now, looking to see where the fire is headed next. And the good news is, too, is that a lot of these units were pre-stationed, right, Amy, overnight, knowing that these fires would be happening. And I think we lost communications with Amanda. Is that right? Yeah.
Oh, no, I'm still here. I can hear you.
Okay, great. Okay.
And the good thing, though, Amanda, is that while that tank may be under construction, they've got Castaic Lake. They have water resources that they are using, because there are a number of aircraft out there. I believe it was something like maybe 6 or 7 helicopters and 8 fixed wings, I believe. Really, so many resources were in the area because of the other fires. Did the firefighter want to say something to you, Amanda? Are you in a bad situation now?
Nope. No one can talk on camera here, but what I can say is through conversations that I'm having here is this fire is moving very rapidly. But again, their concern is that these trucks here only have so much water, and that's what they're going to have to fight if that fire does come this way. So that's why they're keeping all eyes on it to see if they need to route some of those water dropping aircraft to this area. So I will say I actually talked to this department just 2 days ago, anticipating these winds coming through, and they had hundreds of extra firefighters prepared that were sent out, that were here ready to go, different strike teams ready to go as well. So they were prepared for this to happen. We have been thinking this would probably happen with the winds that we have seen. It's surprising to see that this area has been spared until this time. But a lot of this area had a long time to prepare with those winds that we've had in this area. So if you guys can fix my feedback, I'm getting a lot of feedback, so it's hard for me to talk back to you guys. But you can see right here we have Santa Clarita Valley water is coming in this way as well. Amy?
Well, Amanda, you have been, covering fires for the last 2 weeks, and we're looking at the wind there. We can see the branches rustling around a little bit. But in comparison, what you were experiencing on the Palisades fire and the Eaton fire, this is a lot calmer, correct?
Wind-wise, yes, but when those gusts come through, it is pretty intense. So, I mean, it just takes one massive gust to move those flames and embers very quickly and right into these homes. I mean, we're talking about homes down by Castaic Lake. There's a lot of old homes there, which, we know how quickly those can go up in flames if an ember just gets into the wrong spot. So, winds, yes, calmer than what we saw in the past couple of weeks of those other fires, but still strong and still a concern. And literally, the boots on the ground here are telling me this fire is moving very rapidly, and they are concerned, and they are all watching it. We've been driving Ridge Route Road. This area is blocked off, so we aren't seeing any people that live in this area, but fire crews are all stationed through here to watch, because this is the line where that fire would move over into the communities on the west side of the 5. So eyes are watching. We're keeping an eye on it as well. But for now, back to you guys.
And still so much brush to burn there. All right, Amanda, thank you so much. And we'll try to get your feedback corrected by the next time we see you. We want to go now to our Jasmine Veal. She's en route to the fire now. Jasmine, what's going on?
Yeah, Juan, so we are stuck in major backup, major traffic, northbound 5 right now. We are just coming up to Lake Hughes Road. Let me show you this monster plume of smoke.
Amazing.
Just, towering, billowing over the freeway here on the 5. And if you see here, we have a ton of fire trucks that have been racing up the side of the freeway here, trying to get to this fire. And they're staging here right off the 5, and then they're heading up past the Days Inn. I mean, these folks are coming from the Eaton fire area. I saw them all the way as we were driving down the 210 to the 5, racing up here. Cal Fire, LA County Fire. We've seen that aggressive air attack as well in the sky. But yeah, it looks like nighttime. And you see all this traffic. And I just saw maybe 24 sheriffs and CHP officers racing down the southbound side of the 5 here, racing. I mean, we're talking, they're trying to get some roadblocks in place because of all this traffic. They got to stop a lot of these drivers from going up here so that emergency vehicles can respond. You already see some of those officers blocking some of this is Castaic Road off to my right. So we already have some of the officers down here directing traffic as we get closer and closer to where Lake Hughes Road, the exit there. We're making our way to Parker and Karen Court, where the evacuation order is in effect. This is just so traumatizing to so many people to see yet again another wildfire. We were talking to some of the fire evacuees and fire victims of the Eaton fire just about an hour ago, and they saw this alert come across their phones. It blasted their phones. They just stared at it in disbelief, saying, here we go again. I mean, we have gone through so much and such. See, here comes some more crews right up the side of the road. Oh, on the southbound side. So they're probably going to turn around. See, and there goes up. Yeah, that's LA County Fire. So they're coming in strong. I mean, this has been from, like I said, from the 210, from the Altadena area, responding to the Hughes fire here in Castaic, right off Lake Hughes Road. So we're going to go into, again, some of the neighborhoods, people following, hopefully, those evacuation orders that are in effect. We came through Newhall and Valencia and just saw some people, some traffic there, but obviously just be ready to go, ready, set, go. And that's what we've been hearing from fire departments, the LA County Fire Chief talking in regard to the Palisades and the Eaton fire, right? You need to be prepared. So when those orders come down, you have everything you need. And with these red flag conditions, with this critical fire weather that we're seeing, this is exactly what they feared would happen. And it is breezy up here. It is a lot windier here than it was in the San Gabriel Valley, where we were just coming from the Eaton fire burn area, the fire zone there in Altadena. So this is a situation, and I'm telling you, it is slow going. I mean, these trucks are still trying to get up there through the 5, but they're going to be facing a lot of, I'm thinking closures pretty soon here on the 5 in regard to how many officers I just saw flying past, about 24 of them.
And when you drive through that area of the Santa Clarita Valley, Jasmine, you know there's so many big rigs that go up through the 5 northbound heading into the Grapevine. Of course, they're doing business, and this only makes the traffic slower at this point when things like this are happening. It looks like you're close yet at Parker Road. Just makes it so difficult. And yep, we're already seeing some off ramps being shut down there, Jazz.
Yeah, and you know what? And I think I was thinking about where Oliver, my photographer, and I, we were here in June covering the Post fire in Gorman, and that was the summertime. Like, we expected those kind of red flag conditions and that critical fire weather. We're going to try to exit here off Parker, like I said, trying to get to one of these neighborhoods to go through this closure. Again, we're media, we have credentials, we have our fire gear, we have training. So we're going to go there and try to give you a sense of what's happening. I just saw some other crews pass by. So this is, again, one of the closures here right at Parker. And this is not, I don't think, and I think Mark Liu mentioned it, it's not burning into the post-fire burn scar, but that would create a fire break, right? I mean, those are the kind of areas where the fire doesn't have anything left to burn. So you see how they're directing us around this roadblock, and so we'll check back in with you guys in a little bit. But look at that monster plume right there. Just the sky's so dark now.
All right, you two be very careful out there. Jasmine, we'll check back with you a little later.
All right, we want to check in with our Jeff Nguyen. He is with some folks that have evacuated from the fire. Jeff, where are you at?
No, actually, guys. So we're actually in this cul-de-sac at Mariposa and Pinecrest, and these folks are in the process of evacuating. We're going to talk to Devin right now. So Devin, was it your family member who was hosing down the house earlier?
Yes. Well, so this is my girlfriend's house and my girlfriend's family, and her mom was up on the roof. We have the hose on, still on. I think we set it up somewhere so it's just spraying down. I don't know. We just thought of that as maybe a good idea.
And talk to me about all of the things that you have packed, because I think some pets are in this car, and then your girlfriend has all of her stuff in the trunk of her car.
We have 2 kitty cats in there, and then in this one, and then 3 dogs in that one. In terms of, as far as what we packed, just sentimental stuff, some valuables. I mean, what's really most important is just all of our lives and our pets' lives. Yeah.
Do you live nearby? Is that how you were able to get over here and help her family?
No, I live across the other side of the Santa Clarita Valley. I drove up here and they blocked everything off, so I had to park somewhere and I ran like 3 miles up here, which is why I've been coughing this whole time. But I was still able to get here.
And I'm guessing you understand that they don't want too many vehicles in here to clear the way. Having said that, so you hoofed it for about 3 miles to come help her family?
Yes, it was quite the trek. Probably not good for my lungs, but I'm glad I was able to get here.
Hey, I see her mom over there. She looks like she's got like a hospital badge on. Is she a healthcare worker?
She is.
Technician.
Gotcha. Let me get your name.
Sabrina.
Hey, Sabrina, talk to me about what you were doing up there, because you were on the roof. If you want to swing over this way so that Assad can have the roof behind us and just kind of narrate for me a little bit. So come this way, and Assad, you're over here. So I saw you on the roof. Talk to me about what happened.
I was just trying to wet down the house. I'm trying to do anything I can help. I'm not sure if that helps the firefighters or what, but I don't know. It's like better wet than dry. I'm not sure.
And as you're kind of giggling, I'm guessing there's some nervous energy, and I totally appreciate that. Talk to me about the prep work. Your car is loaded up, that car, your kitty cats are in there?
Yes, our cats are in the Tesla because it has like a pet mode, so that's good. We have the dogs in my mom's car. We have 2 cars, but she was working on this car, so this car is just going to stay here because we can't move it right now. And yeah, I mean, we had to evacuate, I think it was maybe a year ago because there was a fire back there. So we've kind of been through this before, and especially with all the other fires right now, it's just like what California is going through.
Yeah, and certainly your family is taking this very seriously, yeah?
Yeah, of course.
Talk to me about your mindset right now.
Well, I don't know. I just feel bad, like especially my mom. She just works so much for this house and just give us such a nice house and such a beautiful life. So I just really feel for her because I know it's her home. So yeah, okay. I think we're probably gonna go.
Okay, thank you for being so gracious with your time. All the best to you. Okay. So that is just one story of what is going on right now. What we were not able to show you during our live shot is in this direction, the Forest Service has a truck heading in this direction. They're trying to move around some of the vehicles. And if I may, Assad, let's walk this way. I'm going to ask you to rotate with me this way. Over here, this homeowner also tried to hose down his house. You can see how his vehicle is parked in the driveway, ready to get out. And then down the street over there, you've got another Forest Service truck at the go. So they're going to use this area as a place where they're going to take a stand because, you know, Paul had mentioned in this area, you have a development such as this. So you've got this sort of suburban rural interface because an example of what we're talking about is you see the hillside right over there where you see all of that brush. And after 2 very wet winters and 8 months of dryness in this area, that's why a neighborhood like this is such great concern. One of the good things about this neighborhood is that if we shoot right between these 2 houses, you can see there's a lot of brush clearance in the hillside right there. Having said that, we have seen embers jumping highways a number of times over the past couple of weeks or so, and that's why it's so scary if the winds were to pick up. Right behind us, you have some firefighters who are talking to the homeowner right there because in this cul-de-sac, it sits relatively high, and there's some brush right down below. And so right now, they are checking with some of the homeowners as they kind of figure out their game plan as things go on. But as you know, when you have these sort of force majeure events, things can be awfully capricious. So they try to do the best that they can in terms of planning. But, you know, one of the telltale signs of the planning is having fire engines out here. In addition, you see a number of LA County vehicles from the Sheriff's Department as well. This is a sheriff's vehicle. That's a sheriff's vehicle as well. We see more firefighters coming out of the backyard over there. The home where you see this rig right here, the fire truck, the red fire truck. Earlier, there was a woman coming out of that house. She is a more mature adult, I will say, and she got help from the Sheriff's Department to evacuate. Over here, this family is preparing to evacuate as well. And one of the things that they did was they backed up their pickup truck into the driveway, or their SUV, I should say, into the driveway so that they can skedaddle at a moment's notice. The relative good news, if you will, is when we first got here about half an hour ago, we saw a very dark cloud sitting right above us. So that tends to be a little bit scary from our fire training. What we have learned is that sometimes when the cloud or dark smoke cloud sits on top, what you're seeing is the fire creating its own weather system, if you will. And what that means is that when fire burns, oxygen rises into the atmosphere. And sometimes all of that heat will get trapped under that dark cloud. And the fear when that happens is that the air will collapse. So basically oxygen will come straight down and then it'll go outward and then feed a flame. So right now, at least for the time being, we don't see that dark cloud. Having said that, if Assad can kind of point in that direction, you see the sort of hue that the smoke is creating in this neighborhood right now from all of the smoke that has built up around here. We are seeing some ash falling on us, but certainly everyone in this cul-de-sac is taking this very seriously as that family, Sabrina and her parents, are getting set to leave. This home is getting set to leave, and then of course the folks across the street are also getting set to leave as well. But you've got 3 fire vehicles on this cul-de-sac. I don't mean to be awfully, overly chatty, so I want to be respectful to you guys and hand it back to you in case you have any questions for me, or if you want to reset our coverage a little bit, guys.
All righty, Jeff, thank you so much. And I'm sure those families are really glad, Amy, that those fire units are in the area right now, at least bringing them a little peace of mind. And I've got to say, very touching what Sabrina was saying, that her mom worked so hard as a nurse to provide the family with a beautiful home where they're very proud of. And now they're dealing with packing up their car and leaving, which we saw over the last couple of weeks in Palisades and in the Eaton fire. And now it's happening here at the Hughes fire. 5,000 acres and growing at an aggressive rate, too. I was listening to you earlier, Amy, when the fire just broke out, and then all of a sudden it just kept exploding in
jumped
size.
to 500 acres, and then we were at 2,000, and then now 5,000. And while Sabrina's family was getting ready to go, we did notice that they had their cats packed up, they said, in the Tesla. And joining us on the phone now is Chris Valles from Animal Control, manager there.
Hi, Chris.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much for joining us. As you know, over the last couple of weeks, people want to make sure that their family friends go with them. Can you give us an idea of what Animal Control is doing this time around? If people perhaps can't take their pets with them to perhaps a shelter or a hotel, or what to do in case they need to leave the house with their pets?
That's a good question. So if anybody is in the area where they're being impacted by this fire right now, and they need to take their pets to an animal sheltering site, please utilize the Lancaster, Palmdale, and Agora Animal Care Center for small animals. And for any large animals, you may take your livestock, horses, goats, that sort of thing, to the Pierce College Equestrian Center.
Well, now, we know that people were taking their animals to these areas not long ago with the Palisades fire and the Eaton fire, and a lot of folks, unfortunately, lost their homes, and their animals are still there. So is there still plenty of room for these new animals?
Yes. So we do have, we are not at capacity at Pierce, and so we're able to accept any animals that have been displaced for the Hughes fire.
And let me ask you, Chris, are there veterinarians there, people who can deal with, for example, goats or horses or animals that aren't necessarily a dog or a cat?
So any animal that has some sort of injury,
right?
The teams that are stationed at the animal sheltering site, they will make that determination where they can provide, they can get that animal to any possible vet care that's needed.
So you're saying if it's a small pet, Lancaster, Palmdale, Agora, those are the shelters to take your pets to, and also I'm guessing bring any medication, right, that your pet may require if they're going to be there for a couple of days, right?
So that is a great comment, and I wanted to just add that if you are in being evacuated due to this incident, always be prepared. Have an emergency pet kit. And what that kit should include is animal information, any type of microchip information, leashes, blankets, food, any medication, water, so that if you are, you get that evacuation order,
right,
you're able to grab your kit and leave immediately.
Very good. And Chris, again, so many people with so many animals. How do you prepare? I mean, did the shelters know, hey, this is coming, we need to staff up, or we need to be prepared for these possibility of having some pets brought into us?
So we're always prepared.
Right.
We never have a fire season anymore.
That's right.
It's all year round. So we were, preparing for the possible, rain coming for any potential mudslide. But this fire popped up, and our team is very well rehearsed when it comes to incidents like this, so we were able to mobilize immediately and start the evacuations of animals.
And Chris, I'm sure you saw over the last couple of weeks at different shelters that there was such an outpouring of donations, people bringing in pet food, all sorts of things. Is this something that you guys recommend, or if somebody wanted to help in the area, do you require maybe someone to drop off cat food or dog food or not?
So any donation, it's definitely welcome, especially, now that we're going through a new incident. So if there's any hay or anything like that, please, direct that to the Pierce College Equestrian Center. And any supplies like bowls, dog food, cat food, that sort of thing, you can definitely redirect that to the Lancaster, Agora, and Palmdale Animal Care Centers.
All right, Chris, thank you so much for being with us. Chris Valles from Animal Control. I didn't even think about hay, Amy, for the horses. And this is something that if you do have or know somebody who has hay, Pierce College is where they're accepting the larger animals.
Yes, and as Chris mentioned, and we've been talking about it for weeks now, that there is no fire season.
Right.
It is year-round, and we were hearing earlier from our Paul Diano that this is the driest winter on record. Our Marina Jerica is joining us now. Marina, of course, the winds, they were able, they died down a bit, but not enough at this point. We're seeing in the 30s.
That's right, Amy and Juan, we're still in the 30s. We were in the 40s about 60 minutes ago, so I'm glad that it is getting lower, but still at about 30 to 40 mile per hour winds extending from that I-5 corridor into where the Hughes fire came in from and then directly moving southwest. Those are still strong enough winds, unfortunately, and these winds will stay in this frame at 30 to 40 for at least the next couple of hours, and that is not helpful, especially in an area that's bone dry. As you mentioned, Amy, it is our driest winter on record. And until we get the rain this weekend, we are going to be looking at unfortunate conditions when it comes to just everything being so severely dry out there right now. So this is taking a look at Castaic Lake right now. Just to the right, of course, is where the Hughes fire started. Temperatures right now are warm even in this region. They are in the upper 60s and low 70s. And winds sustained are about 20 to 35 with gusts of up to 40 right now, which is pushing the fire down to the southwest. And that's why we're already seeing visuals of that in portions of downtown LA coming over that I-5 corridor. You can actually see that plume of smoke. And looking at wind gusts over the next 24 hours in this region, specifically Castaic, we will be up to 30 miles per hour until at least 4 p.m. And then after 5 o'clock and throughout the evening will be in the teens, which is better, but still winds at 15 to 20 miles per hour could continue to drive the fire. And then it'll peak up again in the morning tomorrow. So starting at about 8 until the same time frame, 4 p.m. because of diurnal heating during the day, winds always increase in the afternoon. We'll be back up to that 30 to 40 mile per hour mark tomorrow. Looking at downtown LA, you can see that plume that is already starting to move in. And of course, we continue to see that red flag warning through 8 o'clock tomorrow. We knew, especially with these very low humidity markers, I mean, it's just been unbelievable over the last really 48 hours where we have seen our dew points and our relative humidity in the single digits. That is the lowest that we have been at in quite some time. And so with dew points in this area, somewhere between 4 and 8% and relative humidity numbers, it is all unfortunately just going to increase the vulnerability of this area. So the red flag warning is throughout this region and really through a good part of our viewing area all the way through tomorrow evening at 8 o'clock, because tomorrow again we're going to see the Santa Anas bump up a bit, a little bit more than what we saw today. So we have to make sure that we're cognizant of that. And then we also have the wind advisory through 10 p.m. tonight for this area, where wind gusts could be up to 50 and then stronger tomorrow. So today is the weaker of the 2 days. That's what we've been saying for a really long time. Still 30 to 40 mile per hour winds are strong, but we could bounce right back up to 60, possibly even 70 for our mountain areas as we head into tomorrow, which is not going to help the area of the Hughes fire. And giving you a more regional perspective right now, you can see that this is very classic for Santa Ana winds, is that the I-5 corridor throughout the Santa Clarita Valley down into Simi Valley, that's where we always see this bullseye of stronger winds, and then the secondary bullseye throughout the Inland Empire and the San Bernardino Mountains heading down into the Orange County coastline. And that's where the strongest winds are right now, and that's where we'll continue to see them throughout this evening, and then of course get a boost as we head into tomorrow. So we really, really have to be careful, because today, as I mentioned time and time again, is going to be better than tomorrow. And then we'll start to see some reprieve with the onshore flow returning as we head into our Friday. And then moving into the weekend, we're going to get that rain, which is a bit of a double-edged sword, but we desperately need it at this point. And so because of that, we are going to see the ground get a little bit saturated as our numbers, and I'm sure that Paul mentioned this before as well, the models keep moving moving it in aggressively. So now we're anywhere from about a half an inch to 3/4 of an inch, maybe even an inch locally of rain with this storm system that's coming in on Saturday and Sunday. But right now in this exact area, winds are at 30, 40 miles per hour, and it is very dry with relative humidity levels in the single digits. So I'm glad that people are heeding those warnings. Back to you.
Area of the Hughes fire expected to get rain as well?
Correct, yes. So pretty much our area wide will be looking at that storm sweeping through because it's getting just close enough. So I would say about 3/4 of an inch could fall as we move into Saturday and Sunday.
We could sure use it at the Lake Hughes area there. Marina, thank you so much.
Yes.
All right, I want to go back to Mark Liu at the desk now. We saw the DC-10 just a short time ago there, Mark, over the area here. You have more information on the firefight?
Yeah, that's exactly right. That DC-10 is on station. They call it the VLAT, or Very Large Air Tanker, capable of dropping 9,000 gallons of Phos-Chek in one go. That does the work of 9 water-dropping helicopters, and it is on station along with 2 McDonnell Douglas MD-87s, also able to drop about 4,000 gallons of retardant each, along with a host of other aircraft. But they are going to start focusing on this area right here. This is on the eastern side of Lake Castaic, and it appears we are seeing for the first time these flames getting close to a structure. I'm trying to get some more information from KCAL as to exactly where this is, but this is near the southeastern portion of the fire. The bad news is the fire has jumped over Lake Hughes Road. Firefighters were hoping that Lake Hughes Road would provide a natural fire break. In the northeastern flank of this fire, it has crossed over Lake Hughes Road and is continuing to burn to the northeast. To the south, it is burning along the eastern edge of Lake Castaic. And then on the west, it's burning into what I would call the bowl or the V of Lake Castaic. Lake Castaic is a V-shaped lake, and in the middle of that V is where the bulk of the fire is burning. Now, what we're seeing here, I believe, is a British Aerospace 146-200. That is an aircraft. There are 3 of them, Phos-Chek or water-dropping aircraft that are here on station. Most of the fixed-wing aircraft are operating on the east side of the fire. The water-dropping helicopters are operating on the west side, and this is mostly because of the wind and the smoke. The water-dropping helicopters have easy access to water on the northwestern corner of Lake Castaic. I'm going to show you all this in a minute, but you can see here a great Phos-Chek drop by this BA-146. That is Lake Hughes Road that you're looking at, and it's dropping a line of Phos-Chek directly across the road. They do not want this fire to cross Lake Hughes because that is a natural fire break. And you can see right behind that Phos-Chek dropping aircraft is another, I believe that may be a MD-87. Yeah, I think so. And that one's going to drop about 4,000 gallons of Phos-Chek. That one right there, also out of San Bernardino International Airport. Every time they do this drop, they fly all the way back to San Bernardino International to refill and come back. Now, I want to send it over to Jasmine Veal, who was on the 5 freeway in traffic just a short time ago, but now she's there on the ground. Jasmine, can you hear me? What can you tell us down there?
Yeah, and look how windy it's gotten here. So we're on Ridge Route Road, right off Lake Hughes Road, and you can see those flames right on the hill behind me. And I'm told by some neighbors here that that's a church that may be beginning to catch fire. And you see those flames. They've really grown in size in just the last few minutes as the winds pick up. We've seen fire trucks racing past right across the street. I'm looking at the LA County Fire Department, Fire Station 149. And a lot of these neighbors, they have their pets out. They've packed up their luggage, their bags. A lot of them are just kind of watching and waiting with their car ready to go. Gabriel, he's over here. He's been hosing down the outside of his apartment complex. I mean, you've never been, you said this is the most frightening thing that you have seen in terms of fire.
Right, yeah, so this has been the closest it's ever been. I've been here for 12 years, more than 12 years, and this is probably the closest the fire has gotten past the lake. The last fire we had, I think it was a post fire, was behind the lake, threatening those homes, but this is the first time I've seen it actually come across the lake this way. So
now we're looking at the flames, and you think that's the church up there that you're familiar with?
There's a church up there. There's a road that takes us to the town of Lake Hughes. There is a church up there. There is one structure, and I think that's what's catching on fire right now.
And it's even spotting to the other side of the lake, and you could just see this massive plume. We have evacuation orders in effect for all of these communities, and you decided to do what?
I'm watering on the trees. I mean, I saw the Palisades fire, and I saw people do wonders with the garden hose. So I'm like, hey, why not? Let me water down the trees, the roof. I mean, it might help. It might help.
Just any little bit you can. Are you packed up?
Yeah, we've had family members. I mean, everybody in this apartment complex has been here for more than 15 years. So this is their home. And I'm gonna do whatever I can to, you know, keep those memories as much as I can. And once the sheriff say, hey, it's time to go, it's time to go. And I'm gonna do the most I can.
And as you're watching, you know, when we just had the Eaton fire, the Palisades fire, and you know that we're in this critical fire weather, I mean, have you been kind of just on pins and needles kind of waiting for this?
Yeah, since the Palisades fire, we're a very prone area of fires here in Castaic, or in Santa Clarita in general. So when the Palisades fire started, we already knew, like, okay, we're gonna probably be next. And sure enough, it's here, and we're prepared, we're good to go. But I mean, all of our neighbors, we've been talking to each other, and we're all just watering trees down and doing as much as we can.
Well, it looks like another neighbor got the same idea, because now he has his hose out, Oliver, up here up the street. I'm just seeing these neighbors doing whatever they can, and someone was helping someone else bring their bags out to the car. Yeah. Neighbors helping neighbors. We've seen that over and over again. I mean, hoses are out, but the winds have really picked up.
Yeah, we're a small town, so everybody here knows each other very well. The fire department knows, I mean, we all know each other very well. And whatever we can do to help each other out, we're going to do it. We're a very close-knit family here, and you know, it sucks to see that this is happening to us, but I mean, there's not much we can do.
I know, Gabriel. Okay, just be safe, okay?
Will do. Thank you. Appreciate it.
And you know, they have the animal shelters that have been set up for the Eaton and Palisades fire very close to here, but now you have even more animal shelter information, moving that to Lancaster, the Animal Care Center up in Lancaster. Palmdale's opened up an animal care center off Sierra Highway. You have College of the Canyons that just had an alert as both campuses are closed. Classes are canceled, those that are in person due to this Hughes fire. They say, you know, just stay up to date with those emergency alerts. We know the fire has spotted to the south side of the Castaic Lake Dam. Closer to us is the lagoon, the Castaic Lagoon. I did not see any scoopers or fixed-wing aircraft taking water from there, but we know that they are using Castaic Lake and the dam right near the main boat launch. That has some fire activity. Wow, I've really seen the fire now, the flames right through those trees now. It has moved down. Yeah, it's moved down that hill there, and I do see the church that Gabriel was telling me about, surrounded by smoke and those flames. No doubt these firefighters on the ground doing everything they can as they continue to race up Lake Hughes Road. Back to you guys.
Jasmine, Mark Lou on the desk confirming for us that that's the Lake Hills Community Church in that area there that appears to be burning that Gabriel was telling you about. And you know, Amy, how chilling too as we watch Jasmine's picture and SkyCal, that he said, we knew after seeing Palisades and Eaton fire that we could be next.
Yes.
And here they are, dousing their apartment buildings with water, preparing to evacuate. Very scary.
And, you know, we have been reporting that more than 5,000 acres have burned. And at this point, there had been no structures that have been damaged or destroyed. But, Mark, are you hearing that this church may, in fact, be burning?
Well, it's very, very close. And this is the first real significant landmark where we can sort of chart the progress of how close this fire is burning to structures. This is much further out of the fire perimeter than CAL FIRE last mapped. And we can get a good idea of where this fire is. If you come out to my screen, I can actually show you where the Lake Hills Community Church is in reference to where the fire is burning. And this is much further south than the original fire perimeter had indicated. So what we're looking at here, this is Lake Castaic. You can see in the center of your screen. And as I was talking about, that V shape that's right there like this. And the bulk of the fire may be burning in the middle there. But I'm going to zoom in on where the church is, and it's essentially right here. And so we know that the last fire perimeter was up here, but if we're seeing flames in this area, it's very likely the fire has moved that far south. And Lake Hughes Road is here, and they are trying to stop it from crossing Lake Hughes Road. But just to get an idea, as I zoom out here a little bit further, you're going to see as we can progress, the fire behavior continues to move to the south. That church right there. Jasmineville is right there looking to the north. And so you can see how this fire continues to move fueled by those winds into those communities. And these people that are in the evacuation warning area, they need to heed that evacuation warning and start packing their bags to get ready to leave. Now, I want to go over now to, we have on the phone Supervisor Catherine Barger, who is going to talk to us a little bit about this fire. Supervisor, what can you tell us?
Well, I can tell you, and you've been covering it, it's fast growing. I mean, it's now 5,000 plus with 0% containment. You know, I say that the good news is that unlike the Eaton and the Palisades, the wind is not keeping us from using our air arsenal to combat this from above. I saw fixed wing up there dropping. So we've got everyone up in the air to try to keep this at bay. But there's no question in my mind that, you know, we've got the evacuation warning out and actually evacuation orders in certain areas. And I'm asking people to please listen to the first responders on the ground and heed the warning and begin to pack up and evacuate.
And Supervisor, I know you're on top of everything when it comes to the fires that we've been experiencing. And I know you're talking to fire officials as well. Are they giving you an idea, a heads up of what they're expecting with this particular fire?
You know, the thing that I most respect and admire about our fire chief, Maroney, is he prepares for the worst. And so his expectations, he prepares us to do a full front, but prepare that it's going to spread, hoping that we stop it. And so I'm confident that with him at the helm, we are going to do everything we can to protect lives and property up in the Castaic region.
And this is a perfect example, right? We can't let our guard down. We felt like we kind of got past Eaton a little bit in Palisades. They were under control. Containment numbers were going up. And boom, today we have the brush fire burning near Castaic Lake.
Well, you know, Chief Maroney made it clear, and obviously my district tends to be more prone to fires. He made it clear that with the red flag coming, that we had to keep our eyes, you know, in areas such as this. And so we had boots on the ground and we were prepared. And you're seeing the fruits of that labor. I mean, we've got the ground fight as well as the air.
And in addition to all of the resources, we also have Castaic Lake where they can use that water source as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's not, I mean, Castaic Lake is a blessing up there, and I know they're using it. We've also got water tanks over at Agua Dulce Airport that our Firehawks can load up. So we've got water to fill the air resources, and then the retardant that's going to be dropped.
And what are you expecting as the afternoon goes on, Supervisor?
Well, they say the wind's going to pick up, and that's my greatest fear.
Yeah.
Again, you know, unlike the Eaton where we couldn't have airplanes up at over 40 miles per hour,
Right.
They will not put anything up in the air. And so I'm hoping that we can front load as much as we can right now, recognizing that once the speed of the wind, you know, increases, that we're going to have to ground our air fighting capability. And so I'm just hoping that we can get a handle on this and stop it from moving. Obviously, you said, you know, jumping Lake Hughes Road, but I know they're focused on trying to ensure it doesn't jump also the 5 freeway because that's very densely populated over there.
And we've been hearing about these evacuation orders. They are extending and expanding into Ventura County, but we were hearing earlier from our own Jasmine Veal, who was driving up there, you know, there was so much traffic. What are you hearing about the evacuations? Does it appear that people are really heeding the warnings and the orders and they're getting out of there? But with that being said, what are the roads like right now? Are they able to get out even if they're trying?
Well, yeah, they're able to get out. And that's why we ask when we issue evacuation warnings, we try to do so. Obviously, last week, or with the Eaton fire, the speed at which it traveled was such that it was everyone jumping on and getting out. In this case, we have given ample warning. There is going to, even on the best of days, traffic up in that area. But that's why we are asking people to evacuate now. And understand this, a lot of the first responders that are currently fighting this fire, their families live up there. We have the largest population of, you know, sheriff and fire that live up in law enforcement as a whole that lives up in the Castaic region. So I'm confident that they are heeding the advice of the first responders and evacuating.
And let's hope that is the case. Supervisor, are we going to be expecting perhaps a news conference later in the day just to bring all the resources together to give our public, our viewers, an update on the fire here?
Yeah, I'm going to talk to Chief Maroney. I mean, the problem is I'm hoping I can get up there, but I don't know that it's going to be that easy for me to get up there in a timely fashion to give you all a press briefing. So I'm going to give them the green light because you all don't want to hear from me. You want to hear from the people on the front line. So I'm going to give them a green light, even if I can't get up there in time to be a part of it, to make sure that we give a briefing because you all are going to be the eyes and ears for many that are watching that want to know if their family's safe or if when they evacuate, what's going on with the fire. So stay tuned. We're working on that.
Well, you be careful, Supervisor. We appreciate all the work you've done, and as our viewers do as well. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you. You take care.
All right, we'll chat later with you. Thanks so much.
And we want to check back in with our Jeff Nguyen. He was in a community where they had a lot of trucks positioned to really make a stand in that community. And Jeff, it looks like you've moved to, is this Castaic Lake behind you?
That's right, Amy and Juan. We are on the southern tip of the lake right now. You talked about resources being moved. We kind of followed where all of the resources went. Let me show you why. Right behind us on the other side, on the north sort of eastern side of the lake, you can see all of those flames chewing through all of that brush right there. And then right underneath the flames is a structure. So you see how that structure is completely dwarfed by all of the flames that are just ripping up that hillside. To give you a point of reference, right above all of this burning is Lake Hughes Road, and we were kind of trying to jog up that road to get a closer vantage point, but the Sheriff's Department kind of stopped us right as Assad Khalilzadeh is going to pan or open up our shot. You can see all of those fire engines right there. So the reason that we were not able to go up is because even though in California the law allows us to go into a fire zone to document what is going on, law enforcement also has the power to not allow our vehicles to go in. So at that point, we just honored what they wanted, and we kind of double backed. And from here, we actually get a great vantage point of what is happening. You know, in addition to all of the burning that Assad is showing you right now, there is also a frontage road that jogs along the bank of the river as well, and there is a number of structures down here. So earlier we saw a number of fire engines as well in the parking lot on the eastern side of the lake. They are positioned there, and then right above them on Lake Hughes Road is about a dozen fire engines, and then there are more as you go up the road closer to where the flames are. But just to give you an understanding of just how massive this is, as Assad opens up the shot, you can just see how thick and heavy and dark that smoke is. And that's what we were talking about earlier, where, you know, you have so much fuel in here after 2 very wet winters and then this very dry year. And in some cases, hey, Assad, I don't know if you can get that ridge right there, but you can see almost like a fire tornado with the wind fueling all of this. And then on top of that, the heat that's burning, it causes some of the flames to swirl in there. I don't know in terms of the command staff what the goal right now is, but I can tell you it's pretty breezy. So since we've been here in the last 15 or 20 minutes or so, we have not seen any air resources. I'm being told by the control room to send it back to you, so let me go ahead and do that.
All right, Jeff, be careful out there. There's no greater fire break than that lake there, so hopefully that's going to help firefighters with this firefight.
We want to check in now with the Santa Clarita Mayor, Bill Miranda, who's joining us now by phone. Mayor, thank you for joining us. And can you give us an idea what's happening in Santa Clarita? Do you have a lot of evacuations or people showing up in the Santa Clarita area?
Yes, I can, and thank you very much for letting us talk to our citizens, to our community. The Hughes fire broke out about 10:38 this morning near Castaic Lake, north of the city of Santa Clarita. The fire spread very quickly because of the wind gusts, and right now it's over 5,000 acres that are burning. Evacuation orders have been issued for Castaic, and some evacuations have been issued for areas in the northern part of the city of Santa Clarita. Castaic High School, the middle school, the elementary school, and North Lake Elementary School in Castaic have all been evacuated. An evacuation center is being set up at Valencia High School. The city has sent Santa Clarita transit buses to aid in the school evacuations. All the animals from the Castaic Animal Care Shelter have been evacuated to other LA County shelters. But I have to say, if you have small animals, you can take them to the Palmdale Animal Shelter if you're able to do so. Larger animals can be taken to Pierce College in the Valley. And all residents within the evacuation warning area should have their emergency items packed and ready to go, including whether you have important paperwork, some medication, and other critical items. Have them ready to go, because when the order comes, if it comes, we want you to leave right now. We don't want you to wait and think about it and try and make a decision. When that order comes, we want you to leave right now. And we've got experience doing this from previous disasters, but more importantly, we have the experience of Palisades, we have the experience of Altadena, and we want people to adhere to the evacuation order as quickly as possible. The city of Santa Clarita is in a unified command with the Los Angeles County Fire Department and the Sheriff's Department. And that's all I can say is just be ready. Hopefully it doesn't happen, but be ready in case it does.
Mayor, you were saying...
By the way, if our citizens want the latest and greatest information of what's going on with this emergency, they can go to SantaClaritaEmergency.com.
And Mayor, you mentioned these transit buses that are going to be sent to schools to help evacuate people. Are these going to schools that were in session that are now being evacuated?
Yes, the buses have already started the evacuation. They've gone over there, and they're evacuating the kids from Castaic High, Castaic Middle School, Elementary, and North Lake Elementary, and they're available should we need to evacuate any more.
And Mayor, where's the meeting point? Where are these students being taken to in case caretakers, parents need to go and pick them up?
Yeah, they're being taken to Valencia High School, which is on Smythe Drive.
Smythe Drive.
And, you know, so many of these parents were at work when the fire broke out and weren't able to get to their children at their schools because the traffic was just so jam-packed. We watched as one of our reporters tried to make it through all of the traffic on the 5. We know that the 5 has remained open, but with all of that smoke, it is slow going, and a lot of the off-ramps have been closed as well. So for parents that are worried, your word to them is that the kids are being taken care of.
Yes. As I said before, we're really on this as best as we can. You know, there's no such thing as absolutely perfect preparation, but I think we're as prepared as we can be at this point.
And the good news again here is that the winds aren't as strong as what we saw during the Palisades and Eaton fires, that we do see that abundance of air resources, right?
Yeah, not yet, but we're expecting some stronger winds into the evening. So again, I'm advising everybody, please have your evacuation package. And when I say evacuation package, I'm not talking about suitcases and all of that stuff.
Right.
But I am talking about a backpack. You can fill your backpack with your medications, with your important papers and documents and whatever else you feel is critical. But please be ready to evacuate when and if called upon.
All righty. Mayor Miranda from the city of Santa Clarita, thank you for the very latest information and letting your citizens of Santa Clarita know that if it's time to go, they should get going. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much.
All right, we'll chat later.
And we want to check back in with our Amanda Starantino. She has been showing us a variety of different areas around the fire. And Amanda, I'm trying to get an idea of where you're at right now.
Okay, great. Thanks, you guys. Okay, so Amy, I was just talking to the Sheriff's Department here. We are on Pinecrest Place. So this is a neighborhood that has been evacuated, but I just want you to look at those flames right across the lake right there on the northeast side of the lake. We actually saw it as a the flames just really picking up over here as those the wind kicks in. So the sheriff's department right now watching for any embers coming over here. They also said that they just went through the neighborhood to see who stayed and who evacuated, so they can keep track of all that, make sure that if the fire does move this way, that they are making sure that those lives are safe as well. So that's what they're doing here. We're also seeing a lot of fire crews stationed around here. They're keeping an eye on those flames. So when I talked to you last I was on Ridge Route Road, and that is where they're concerned that if the fire goes over, they're watching all those hot spots if those flames move over that area and across the lake there as well. But those flames really going right up to the lake, which is a great resource for those firefighters to be able to get some water. But again, it is spreading very quickly. You can just see how quickly those flames are going, and we've just seen it even pick up so much just in the last couple of minutes as well. A lot of residents, though, are still evacuating this area. They are under an evacuation order in this neighborhood here right off of Lake Hughes Parkway. And they're loading up their scrapbooks. They're putting watering down their roofs, grabbing their animals. But a lot of them are choosing to stay as they're watching these flames from this distance. But we can see it picking up. And I mean, you can just see how dry all this brush is around me in this area. So this can catch fire very, very quickly. But a lot of this area, I mean, you can see just how much this smoke plume is coming over the area, making it very confusing as to where exactly that fire is. You look across the way, and it looks like the fire could also be that way as well. So that's across the 5 on the west side of the 5, about at Lake Hughes Parkway there. But that's just the smoke plume moving through the area because the wind is really picking up here. Right now we have a little bit of a lull in the wind, but we are seeing some water dropping aircraft come in the area. There's a helicopter right over there. That's coming into the area. They're driving right into the wind and all that smoke as well. But Amy, a lot of people keeping an eye on these flames that just seem to be moving very, very quickly.
Yes, this has been a really fast-moving fire that started right around 10:42 this morning and quickly grew to 500 acres, and now we know it is over 5,000 acres.
And so serious that they're wanting to. Amanda, I think you have somebody that will talk to you now.
Yeah, I wanted to talk to. Yeah, so this man here, he lives right here in the house closest. Why haven't you evacuated just yet?
I'm ready to evacuate. The family's out, the dogs are out, cars are packed, so we're close to heading out, or I'm close to heading out. But right now, it's still not that close that I would need to leave right away. So
Okay.
They told me that I needed to evacuate, but they're right here. They're not sending me out yet.
So you feel safe?
Right now I still feel safe. A little nervous because it's too close. It's raining ashes, so it's not great, but yeah, we're good for now.
So being familiar with this area, I mean, it's very dry. Were you expecting this to happen with all this wind?
No, not expecting, but at the same time, you can expect it anywhere here when you live that close to brush. So across Southern California, it's not surprising in that sense.
How long have you lived in this area?
In this area in Castaic for about 24 years.
Okay, so a lot of people aren't too familiar with the Castaic area, very north of Los Angeles County. Describe what kind of area this is that a lot of these homes are in.
So we're here right at the edge of LA County. It's quite rural, a lot of brush, a lot of dry brush, and the winds here at the bottom of the grapevine can kick up very easily, very hard, so that makes it fire-wise unpredictable and hard to control.
And what do you think of these flames right across the lake?
Too close, and smoke and ashes are coming our way, so that's not great. I hope it's going to blow a little bit further south, where there's less, let's say, less structures, and with the vicinity of the lake here, I hope we can get it under control quickly.
Okay, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it. I'm going to send it over to Jasmine now. Jasmine's also out here in Castaic. Jasmine, what are you seeing?
Yeah, I mean, look at how windy it is. We are here at the top of Ridge Route Road on the other side of Lake Castaic, and look at the flames. We wanted to give you this view. We're parked here next to LA County firefighters, and they are here based in front of the fire because they say if the winds shift again, they got to be ready. So we are here with a lot of crews on Ridge Route Road, and look at that. As the winds pick up, you can see it through all of that thick smoke where it is burning right near the lake. We were just down there in the community off of Lake Hughes Road where people were packing up. And up here, just a lot of the LA County firefighters making their way now, they told me, back toward the flames, back toward the firefight. Look at all these fire trucks passing me now. They were doing some structure protection, they said, in the Paradise Ranch community. That's where, further up the road from me, they were protecting some of the homes. But now the concern, as the winds continue to shift, blowing more south now, they're telling me, than southwest, they're making their way back toward it right now with this firefight. I've seen a few helicopters, fixed wing aircraft, but it is windy, and I'm not seeing any currently, but that just could be our viewpoint, right? Because the smoke is just so thick up here. But a lot of these firefighters say they've had a few days of rest. You know, they've cycled through with a lot of that help from out of state, from out of the country. And so that has given them a little bit of breathing room or some time to recuperate. And now yet again, here we are fighting another fire in these red flag conditions. But you can see there are not a lot of homes, and this is all open space right here. And so as we were driving up, firefighters telling me that they weren't obviously not too concerned about this. I mean, we have some of the power poles here, the utility infrastructure, but they really want to focus now where those flames have kind of switched back and burning down toward the Castaic community. I'll send it back to you guys as we're going to continue to make our way here along the Ridge Route Road and let you know. But yeah, when the winds pick up, this is the same situation. You know, they just become so erratic. And can really move this fire fast.
And Jasmine, a really quick question. Amanda Starantino was talking to a man who said ash is raining in that area. Is it the same in your location?
Yeah, well, up here, you know, it's just windy. Some of the dust is really kicking up, but when I was down there off of the Lake Hughes Road area in that neighborhood, yes, you could see some of the white ash beginning to fall from the sky.
So difficult to be in that area. Thank you so much, Jasmine.
Yeah.
Especially too, Amy, if you have allergies, if you have any problems.
Asthma.
Such a big deal to deal with. All right, Caltrans wants to share some road closures with our viewers right now. If you plan on traveling through this area, they're saying that you need to avoid the area. The northbound 5 freeway, all lanes are closed north of State Road 126.
Yeah, 126 and 14 are the alternates that you can use. All morning long, they have been stressing that the 5 was open, that it was very smoky, and there was some off-ramps that were closed. But now we are learning that all lanes of northbound 5 are closed at this time. We want to check in now with our Jeff Nguyen, I believe. Yes, he is there by Castaic Lake. Jeff.
So Amy and Juan, we can tell you that the wind has been blowing in a sort of southeasterly direction. You know, earlier Assad was able to give you a really good shot of some of the flames. So right now, look at all of the smoke that is basically blanketing the surface of the lake right now. As you can hear, some of the wind blowing through my microphone right now, and there is ash raining on us as well. You know, from where we are standing, the flames are probably a couple of miles away, but we are getting all of this ash, and at certain points, some embers are also raining on us as well. That frontage road, earlier we were able to see it rather clearly. At one point it seemed like the bathroom at the park was being threatened. Right now there is so much smoke that I can't even figure out where that structure is anymore. The smoke here is awfully thick, and I think because of the wind conditions, we have not seen a single water dropping helicopter or retardant dropping aircraft at all in the last 30, 40 minutes or so. And on top of that, you know, because of this thick and heavy smoke, it just makes things very dangerous to fly. We are talking about topography on top of the smoke. You know, all of the undulation of the topography around here. You've got these mountains and hills going through, and if you cannot see and have a line of sight, it makes it very difficult. I can tell you, as we are talking right now, you may hear some of the fire engines that are kind of roaring up Lake Hughes Road right now. Earlier, we saw about a dozen fire engines at one point, and right now, Assad, if you wouldn't mind, you can see over here by those trees right there, there's almost a fire tornado, if you will. As you can see, some of the flames just kind of swirling in there, kicking up all this ash, kicking up all of this smoke, and you can just get a sense of just how dangerous that burn right there is, because the smoke that is coming out of it is just so dark and so thick. In addition to all of that smoke, chances are you've got some of the oils that are in some of the dried up vegetation that has been sitting there for so long. And just within the last 15 seconds, what started as one little swirl is almost like a river of flames right before our eyes as this thing keeps on expanding closer and closer to Lake Hughes Road. You know, some of the birds out here are probably awfully confused as to what's going on. You see some of them flying in sort of this erratic pattern as they are kind of swirling over the lake right now. And to give you a sense of how things are at the lake, at times you can kind of hear some of the water lapping onto the shore because the wind will also kind of push some of the water at the surface here. And we are near one of the docks where there are some of the boats, and sometimes you can hear some of the boats kind of clanging up against the dock. But right now the smoke here is awfully thick to the point where it is almost like suffocating our line of sight, because you can get a sense of just how intense the flames are in there. We are a couple of miles away, and right now that is completely obstructed. To give you a sense of what's going on, Assad, if you wouldn't mind, why don't we just kind of tilt up to Lake Hughes Road right now, and you can see some of the first responders kind of making their way up the hill. And as we get some of the breeze coming through here, Assad, sorry for being so erratic, go ahead and tilt down, because now you can get the scope of the burning in here. There is just that line that basically starts at Lake Hughes Road, and as Assad opens up, you can see just how wide and far this column of flames has extended. It is virtually at the bank of this lake as Assad kind of pans to his left at the far end beyond the tree right there. You can see on the other bank on the northern side of the lake, you can just see how closely the flames are burning towards the water. You know, Amanda Starantino, who lives in this area, she was talking about how oftentimes this lake is almost used as a reservoir for the water dropping aircraft. And we have not heard the percussion of any of the helicopters over us in quite some time, just because simply the conditions here are awfully dangerous. And Assad, if you wouldn't mind, let's go ahead and pan to the right again. Just within the last, I guess, 30 seconds of us talking, you can just see how much that flank of this fire has extended, and with ferocity and intensity, as all of that smoke is rising in the air, and chances are you might hear some of the wind that is kind of roaring through my microphone right now to just kind of give you that sort of sensory overload, if you will. Even standing here, I can tell you from time to time, there are pieces of ember just flying across this lake and kind of, you know, brushing up against my skin. I'm not saying that to alarm anybody, you know, but it just gives you a little bit of context. And then right above the burn right there, you can see there is a pickup truck that is kind of monitoring the situation right there. So certainly don't want to speculate, but it's probably a fair assumption to say that is one of the people who are involved in the fire service kind of keeping a monitor on this. Hopefully, at the very least, the road can at least serve as a break so that the flames don't go any higher than where they are right now. But as we are getting a little bit of a clearing right now, Assad, I'm not sure if you can tell or not, but it seems that the park is okay. The structure that we were kind of worried about earlier is probably still standing, and the control room is asking me to send it right back to the desk.
Alrighty, Jeff, thanks so much. We could definitely hear the wind, see the smoke, and what a perfect descriptor when he said it looked like a river of flames in that area there. So dangerous.
And certainly the winds have been a huge concern. We thought we were getting a little bit of a break from the strongest of the winds. And Marina, unfortunately, it wasn't enough of a break, because here we go again with another fire.
Unfortunately, that's right, Amy and Juan. And even with winds at 30 to 40 miles per hour, which is pretty much what we're seeing in this region right now, we are in the middle of 2 days that were a whole lot worse. So yesterday in this region, we were at 60 to 70 miles per hour, and tomorrow we're going to be back in that time frame as well. But we're going to stay up to 40 mile per hour potential winds here in this region as we head into tonight. And I'll show you that hour by hour here in just a moment. But right now you can see that in this area, the current wind gusts are sitting at about 29 miles per hour in Castaic Junction, and then 30 miles per hour as we move down into Santa Clarita. And they're looking at Castaic Lake next to where the Hughes fire broke out. Temperatures are very warm. They are in the upper 60s to low 70s, and winds are sustained out of the northeast at about 20 to 35 miles per hour. So that is pushing the fire to the southwest. So when you have a northeasterly wind, that's why you can see that plume of smoke that's heading down into the I-5 corridor and out into the Santa Clarita Valley, because that is in a southwesterly direction. So the next 24 hours, hour by hour, until about 5 o'clock tonight, we are going to be looking at winds up to 30, 35 miles per hour. Then starting at about 6 to 6 a.m., so that 12-hour time is going to be at about 15 to potentially 20 miles per hour. So that'll be helpful. But then cranking it back up again, because remember, Santa Anas are intensifying tomorrow. Our offshore wind is strengthening for our Thursday. And so then we're going to see those winds bump back up into that 40, 50, potentially 60 mile per hour winds as we head into our Thursday. So it's really critical this evening and overnight that they try to get a handle on this. And of course, not working with us at all is the relative humidity. And it is the lowest that it has been in the driest winter on record. And so we are looking at 6% relative humidity in Santa Clarita right now, 7% in Burbank, 9% in Simi Valley, 6-7% in the Antelope Valley. Look at the Inland Empire, 4% in Chino and San Bernardino. So we are still looking at very dangerous fire conditions. We knew that through the entire week. It is not going to be until we get some of that very much needed rain this weekend until we are going to be a little bit more in the clear. And even then we won't be in the clear, but it's going to help substantially. So windy at times, very low humidity, as I just mentioned, will just continue to perpetuate our high fire damage. And that's why danger. So that's why we have this red flag warning now through 8 p.m. tomorrow. And that's not only for this area where the Hughes fire is in, but extends all the way down south to include a good portion of our viewing area. So we need to be very cognizant of this. But as I said, conditions are only going to get worse when it comes to wind tomorrow. Back to you.
All righty, tomorrow is a very important day. Marina, thank you so much for that. We want to go now to our Ross Palumbo. He is just outside the evacuation warning area. Ross, what's going on where you are?
Hi, Juan, Amy. Yeah, I'm driving north right now in McBean Parkway, just past Valencia Mall, and I just passed Newhall Ranch Road. My home is literally 2 blocks outside of the mandatory evacuation area right now, so I'm racing home to get my dog. And I can tell you it's a bit of an intense situation here. I can see the smoke. It's so dramatic, you guys. It's thick smoke on the west side and blue skies above my house right now. I'm almost there. And just as Marina was describing, the wind is blowing this fire towards the southwest. It's blowing it south towards my home, but fortunately for me, but not fortunate for others, it's blowing it westerly away at the same time. So it's really just a matter of time before we're evacuated, I'm sure. I can see some of the fire drop aircrafts in the air, and I have to tell you, the traffic is very heavy right now. People still trying to get into this last area before the evacuation order goes into effect. And I was on the 5 going north when I entered the Santa Clarita Valley, and it's really such a horrific sight, you guys. You can imagine what it is to cross the hills there, come into the valley, and see this thick black smoke burning right above our homes. It's so tragic how many people have been through this in the Los Angeles area, and now it's come to my front door. As you know, several people that work with us, our colleagues, live right around me as well. So I can tell you that it is not panic situation here. Everyone's driving carefully. On the 5, they're already shutting down some of the stops. I got off at Magic Mountain Parkway, and police were just racing up. I didn't stop to see if they were shutting down that exit, but I'm pretty sure they are. I'm getting another emergency alert right now that I'm under. It's the same thing. I'm just right outside, a block or two outside. But what a horrible situation. You know, it has been dry here, of course, in our area. I live in the foothills, so you know it's all brush really, essentially behind us. I live on the other side of San Francisco Canyon, so the fear for us, if you're looking at a map right now, I can't see off air, but we're to the east side of the evacuation area right now. And if you look at where San Francisco Canyon is, the worry for us is that if it gets into that wash in that canyon, it's just going to run straight to our homes. But fortunately, it hasn't yet. We're worried about the embers. I can see that there are some homes. It looks like about, oh God, I don't know, a quarter of a mile away from me on the hill that the smoke is already coming over on. And Juan, Amy, you know how this is. It's the flames, it's the smoke damage, it's the fear. That's kind of what we're going through right now.
Yep. Ross, we wish you the best of luck. Be safe as you make it home to your pup. We know, you know, our pets are our family, and you want to get there and calm him down as well. So be safe. We will probably check in with you a little bit later. We also want to mention to our viewers that both sides of the 5 are now closed. The southbound side has been closed at Grapevine Road, which again means that both sides of the 5 are closed right now. The north side by Route 126. And you can use the 14 also as an alternate.
And if you're on the other side of any one of those closures, it's going to be a problem getting home tonight. You're going to want to give yourself plenty of time, because look what we're seeing right here from KCAL. Intense flames, lots of thick brush. As Ross was saying, his home butts up right up to the hillsides that are thick with brush. So very, very concerning for the people who live out there. And again, the southbound 5 at Grapevine Road closed, and also closed the northbound 5, all lanes closed north of State Route 126.
You can just see all of that smoke there on the other side of the lake. This fire, if you are just joining us, broke out about 10:42 this morning, and quickly, within about 30 minutes or so, it had grown to 500 acres, and now it is well over 5,000 acres. It has really grown at a fast rate. We have not officially heard of any structures being damaged or destroyed. Now, we do know that the fire was burning very close to a church, but we did not get confirmation whether or not that church, in fact, did burn.
That's a Lake Hills Community Church that our Jasmine was at earlier this afternoon. We want to go back to our Jeff Nguyen, who is right next to the lake out there, bringing us some latest information there, Jeff.
Hey, Juan and Amy. So we are at the Cataice Lake Campground, and right now you can see right above me some of the flames that are burning, and you can probably hear some of the crackling over my mic right there. And as we go in this direction, there is more burning over there. You know, earlier I was telling you and Amy that we hadn't seen any sort of aircraft. I do want to correct myself, because from here, from this vantage point, because there is less smoke here, we were able to see one of the DC-10s with the retardant drops. So they were flying in that direction, basically to the northeast of the lake. Right now, the wind has shifted. Earlier, it was blowing in a southwesterly direction. Now it's kind of, as you can see from the column of smoke, that is burning more in the sort of northeasterly direction. The control room is asking me to wrap, so let me go ahead and send it back to you.
To the situation out there, we appreciate your coverage this afternoon.
We know that the sheriff is standing by, and Mike Rogers, you've been in contact?
Yeah, so we wanted to talk to the sheriff, and he's at the Emergency Operations Center, and he's just getting sit down. Sheriff Luna, thank you for joining us. We appreciate it. I can only imagine how busy you are. First of all, from a sheriff's perspective, I just kind of wanted to get your operational standpoint, evacuations, things like that. Where do things stand with you guys?
So for us at the Sheriff's Department, we are currently evacuating approximately 19,000 people in the area. They're under evacuation order. That sounds like it's going to be increasing. So before I answer any other questions, just if I can tell your viewers, if you are in these areas and you get an evacuation order, you need to leave. You need to leave immediately. Don't argue. We got to get you out of there. Your life depends on it. If you're in an evacuation warning, I would recommend you gather your things now and you start leaving. Make sure you gather your medicines, your important paperwork, your pets, everything you may need for up to a week to be away from your homes. So right now, just reiterating, we have about 19,000 people that are under evacuation order, 16 or 15,000 that are under evacuation warning. That's going to change. I have a feeling we're going to upgrade that. Something else that's very critical is, as most of you are aware, our Pitches Detention Center is about 3 miles away from this location. It is now under an evacuation order. We are in the process of evacuating 476 inmates. We're in the process of doing that now. And with the recommendation from our fire department, we are sheltering in place for some of our other facilities, but we're constantly evaluating that for the safety of all of our inmates. But we have dozens and dozens of deputy sheriffs out evacuating residences in the neighborhoods where this fire is going based on the information, analysis, and risk that the fire department is giving us. And then as well, concerned about our inmates at this facility.
Yeah, and Sheriff, talk to me about those inmates really quick, because I know you've got 2 facilities there. You have Pitches, and then you've got North County Correctional. North County Correctional's got something like, what, 5 to 7,000 inmates in it? Both of those facilities are under mandatory evacuations, as I understand. What is the logistical operation to undertake an evacuation like that of that many inmates in a secure way?
We have 3 different facilities up there. One of them, we're already in the process of evacuating. 2 others, based on the recommendation from the fire department, are sheltering in place, but we're continuing to monitor that. In regards to the effort, you can only imagine. We have a lot of resources up there. We're sending more. We have our Special Enforcement Bureau that's out there assisting, and we're going to evaluate that as needed. But again, the safety of our inmates, they are under our protection. We're responsible for, and we want to make sure everybody's going to be okay. But it is a significant effort, and our deputies are doing amazing work up there.
Yeah, and Sheriff, talk to me about, you guys are so spread thin right now, right? You've got resources in Altadena, you've got resources in Malibu, and now we're being stretched into a third area. How are your people holding up, and are there enough people working? I know you guys just came off mandatory 12s. Do you guys have what you need, or is the National Guard still here? Where do we stand with all of that?
I'm just going to tell you that the community needs to have confidence in the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department right now. Yes, we are involved in multiple incidences. I think I have the best Sheriff's Department in the country with the best employees. They're going to get the job done. Staffing challenges and all those things that I have on a daily basis, that takes a back seat right now. We have a job to do. We're going to respond. We're going to do the best we can to protect our communities, and they will see a lot of deputy sheriffs. We have the ability to call in more. We've held over the day shift already, getting people in the right places, activating another incident management team. I got to tell you, I am so thankful to the governor, the state of California. Don O'Keefe, the chief from the Office of Emergency Services, was actually here in the command post with me. They're giving me all the resources I need. That's CHP, National Guard, and I have the ability to call in other agencies from LA County as we need.
And Sheriff, you're talking about having the necessary resources and also mentioning that the people really need to be confident in the LA County Sheriff's Department. And we're guessing that that comes from some questions that have been, given to your department and to the city about what happened in the previous fire. So you are letting our viewers know right now that you all have everything that you need to fight this fire.
As we're assessing this and it's evolving, we are gathering more resources to do the job that we need to do. That's why I started this with saying, if you are under an evacuation order, leave now. Warning, you should also leave now. Do whatever you can to help the first responders, because I could tell you from the first fires we were involved in all the way to Eaton, while you're asking this, yeah, there's always going to be questions about what we could do better. That's everybody's job. It's all your jobs, right, to say what could we have done much better. We're going to go through that analysis, but I'm not going to do it right here, right now. I could tell you that my deputies risked their lives to save other people's lives. They did it for the Palisades fire. They did it for the Eaton fire, and they're going to do it today. And they'll continue to do that. And then at the right time, we'll assess everything that we're being questioned about. Legitimate questions, by the way, and I look forward to providing all the information needed to get those answers.
And Sheriff, so much of this firefight is about planning what's next, what's ahead. Looking ahead, what are you expecting?
Right now, obviously, we're focused on this fire, but my staff here at the Department Operations Center, we always have to look around the corner because something else could start anywhere else in the county, or we could be asked for assistance from neighboring counties. So we are always prepared for that. We have amazing staff here that plans ahead, and we can get the resources necessary to do whatever comes our way.
And a lot of people don't know that even though cities have their own police departments, many times the sheriff's department in a unified command comes in to help other cities, correct?
We have an amazing partnership with all of our law enforcement agencies in Los Angeles County and really in the region. As the sheriff of this county, I am the regional mutual aid coordinator, the chief law enforcement officer. So we do everything we can to assist any agency, whether it's Pasadena, Glendale, Long Beach, Santa Monica, whoever that is. We consistently are communicating with the chiefs of police there. If they need help, we provide it. Sometimes we need their help. We help each other out. I would say that we have probably the best mutual aid system in the entire United States here in Southern California and really in all of California. Very proud to be a part of it.
Yeah, we saw that, Sheriff, at the Palisades and Eaton fires. That one voice, the unified command, was something very impressive to see come together and basically getting the information out to the citizens and to our viewers as well. We really appreciate that.
Hey, we're here to serve. And I'll tell you what, when I go out and talk to our deputies who are out there on the line, they love their jobs. They love serving this community, and they don't want to be anywhere else but to be part of this fight that we're in. And whether it ends today or it ends a week from now, we're in the game. We're giving it our all, and I'm very proud of the men and women of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department.
And Sheriff, I just wanted to have you drill down on one more thing here, because I think one thing that happened during the Palisades fire, even in day 2 of the Palisades fire, is, I talked to some of your search and rescue folks who said people that were hesitant or even refusing to evacuate, all of a sudden were having to walk down these hillsides. Some of them burned very badly because they didn't listen to those evacuation orders. I just want you to paint that picture for us, and why is it so important that these people get out?
It is important, and as I said from the very beginning, nothing you have that is material is worth your life or the life of somebody you love. When you are told to get out, you have to leave, because when you don't, and at the last minute you think, oh my God, my life's in danger, you have other people risking their lives. And I could tell you this from the stories I've heard in the Eaton fire, we had deputies going out, knocking on doors, being on PA systems, trying to get people out, even threatening people for us to arrest them. I have an individual, I heard a story where somebody said, you know what, we were threatened by arrest. We eventually left because of the threat, and our house burned down in an area where people passed away. So it does make a difference. And yes, your story's correct. My deputies are saying we are rescuing people who have burns on them. And remember, when it is at the last minute, it is chaotic. There's smoke everywhere. You can't breathe. You can't see. Do not wait till the last minute. Nothing is worth your life.
And Sheriff, I want to circle back to something you were talking to Mike about the 3 facilities in the area and evacuating the inmates in those facilities. You have the resources that you need should that need to take place. You have buses or something in place that can evacuate all of those inmates.
And where do they go, Sheriff? Yeah.
Well, right now, because this facility is so large and has multiple facilities on the campus, we'll be transferring our people in custody over to a different facility. Our team is coming up with plans now that will come up, basically the plan B, that they would be being transported to other facilities around the county. And they would be transported by any means possible. But we do have buses that are on the way up there. Thank you to the CHP, an escort of code 3, what they say, lights and siren, to make sure that we have the right resources in the right place. So to everybody on the freeways, if you don't need to be on the freeway, you see a bus, a police car, a motorcycle with lights and siren, you see a lot of activity. Move to the right, let them through. Those vehicles are heading to an emergency situation where we need to act now.
And that's even if they can get close, Sheriff, because we've already been reporting on both sides of the 5 freeway being closed to let emergency vehicles come into this area.
Yeah, and we're working that out with our partners at the California Highway Patrol. We'll figure out a way to get up there. And don't forget, we have deputies coming from different directions, from the north and from the south. So we'll get there. We'll figure out a way.
Sheriff, really quick, I want to just ask one more question about NCCF. You'd mentioned that fire personnel were suggesting to shelter in place. Is that because NCCF is largely all concrete? It's a pretty large block of concrete up there, right?
That is correct. 2 of the 3 facilities that we have up there are made of concrete, both PDC North and NCCF. And based on the fire expertise, and they're the fire science experts, they're telling us that if we shelter in place, that that our inmates will be safe. If that changes, that's why we're coming up with other plans to make sure. And just before you ask this question, for the 3 total facilities that are up there, we estimate that we have about 4,589 inmates total. But to clarify, only one of those has been evacuated. That has 479 of our inmates.
And that's Pitches South, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. It seems like, Amy and Juan, we talked about this in Malibu with Pepperdine, right? It almost seems like a similar situation where the facility is, Sheriff, would you agree, kind of designed to be able to be in an okay spot, certainly to be getting close and there'd be flames that can be seen and all of that, but it's almost the similar situation to Pepperdine.
Yeah, that's a good analogy. And it is. And it's not only the building and what it's made out of, but it's where it's located on the campus that makes it more secure based on our fire experts. Again, our fire department, we work together, but they're the ones kind of driving this. They tell us about the fire behavior, the risk assessment, the weather patterns, and then we're there at the table, and then we're doing evacuations based on their expertise.
All right, Sheriff Robert Luna, we appreciate you taking the time. I imagine how busy you are, so we'll let you get back to it, but thanks for joining us.
Thank you all for covering this.
Yep. All right, Sheriff. And as we look here at more pictures from KCAL, we want to give you some more information regarding schools being evacuated. Castaic Middle School and Castaic Elementary, students from those 2 schools are being taken to the Ralph's parking lot at Hazley Canyon, so parents should go there to pick up their kids.
And the students at North Lake Elementary School, they are being evacuated to the Castaic Sports Complex. So parents should be going there. We know that the fire broke out while a lot of parents were at work and they've been trying to get to their children at their schools, but those students have been moved and have been taken again to the Ralph's parking lot or the Castaic Sports Complex. So go to where your children are.
And both schools have people there to watch for them and guardians as well. So once again, the Ralph's parking lot at Hazley Canyon for Castaic Middle and Elementary Schools and the Castaic Sports Complex for North Lake Elementary.
All right, let's check back in with our Jeff Nguyen.
Let's go.
He has been by the Castaic Lake camping area, although Jeff, it looks like you have moved again.
We certainly have, and if I may, I'm going to ask Fred Fielding to join me right now. He is a public information officer with the LA County Fire Department. Thank you for being so gracious with your time. Talk to me about the burn that we are seeing right now, because it moved down the hill on Lake Hughes Drive very quickly.
Yeah, so this has got a critical rate of spread right now. These high winds are pushing it much more quickly, and anytime it runs uphill, it'll go up at about 8 times the normal speed. So this is a very dangerous sort of situation. You've got a lot of dry fuels. you've got a lot of hot weather that led to that, and then you've got these high winds that's moving it very quickly. So the most important thing right now is to pay attention to evacuation orders and warnings and be ready to go whenever you need to.
You know, because of the evacuation orders and you want people to honor that, talk to me about the mechanics of how this is burning and why you want people to move when you ask them to move.
Yeah, so this vegetation is extremely dry. In 2023, there was 200% precipitation. In 2024, 150%. That created a lot of light, flashy fuels like grasses. That moves quickly through those. In addition, there's a lot of chaparral, which has a high amount of energy in it. When you take those combined, you've got a high likelihood of ignition, a high likelihood of extreme flame growth, and then you push it with winds, and that just creates a recipe that can allow these fires to spread very quickly.
Is it safe to say some of that fuel that you mentioned is very oily as well, adding to the combustibility of what we're talking about?
Yeah, some of the characteristics of chaparral do make it more combustible than other fuels. Its physical structure allows for a little bit more air in there. It does have some oils that add to that, so that makes it a little more dangerous, but it's been almost 300 days since we've had any significant rainfall. It was 282 at the start of the Palisades and Eaton fire. It's 15 days later, so that's almost 300 days where we've had any significant rainfall, on top of having all these light, flashy fuels to begin with.
In terms of air resources, do you have any idea of what's up in the air and whether or not the aircraft can fly?
There's all sorts of stuff that I saw when I was driving in. I saw some CL-415 Super Scoopers. I saw our public-private partnership with the Quick Reaction Force with SoCal Edison. I saw our own helicopters, the Firehawks. That's a lot of capacity to be able to put on these fires. And what that does is it can buy us time when we need to protect life and property and get ground crews in there to make sure this fire goes out.
What you also need during this time is a reservoir. The lake oftentimes serves as such, but with all of this smoke and the sort of topography that surrounds this lake, does that pose any sort of challenge?
At this point, there's so much water here, they're not going to run out. There are challenges sometimes with infrastructure, but at this point, I think we'll be good on water. What they're going to be doing right now is focusing on people, just making sure no lives are lost, and property to make sure no homes burn down.
I see a couple of dozen of the equipment or the apparatus here at this field. Talk to me about the decision to kind of make your stand here, since we have no structure in the path, at least from what we see in front of us.
Right, so they're strategically looking at where the best places to place these units are, and they make those calculations based on projections of where their fire is going to go, in addition to what they're seeing on the ground. And so they'll put those resources wherever they think best, if that's to protect life, if that's to protect property, or if that's to keep the perimeter small so that it doesn't affect more people.
And then right in front of us, is this a wash, or does this also act as a break during this time, or is there like a lot of vegetation that kind of grew from all of the precipitation in the two previous years?
So this is the Castaic Lagoon. That's obviously going to act as a buffer right now. There is more vegetation below. So as you can see down there, there is more vegetation, but anytime you have water, that's going to at least slow everything down and the moisture with it.
We often talk about how intense flames like these can create their own weather pattern or weather system. Is that happening here, or can you kind of elaborate for me and explain to us what firefighters mean when you talk about that sort of situation?
Yeah, these are really driven by Santa Ana conditions, and that's more of a macro situation. You've got high pressure up near the Great Basin, and that's all the way up near Utah, right? And all of that wind is coming down and filtering through Southern California. So that's happening on a macro scale. On a micro scale, sometimes you'll get channeling and funneling into canyons, and that can cause kind of erratic winds. But the typical thing for that would happen with a pyrocumulus thing, which is basically where the heat and everything, it draws air from around it, so it rises and draws air in. That's not actually what's happening here. This is more Santa Ana driven from those types of weather patterns.
So when it's Santa Ana driven, because what I've seen empirically, if you will, is that some of the flames have been going downhill. Is that what you're talking about, instead of like rising? Typically how a fire functions, because I'm seeing just kind of coming down the hillside here.
Yeah, so fires naturally want to run uphill. They preheat those areas and allow them to combust a lot more easily. When they're coming downhill, they can back, which is usually a slower progression, unless winds are able to overcome those forces. So very high winds are able to push fire downhill. And we have seen that here a bit. there is a lot of wind, and yeah, it's just a dangerous situation with these fuels in the state that they're in.
I really appreciate you indulging me with all the questions about the mechanics of fire. But at the core of this, you mentioned earlier, and I want to honor that, is that this is about people and making sure people are safe. Aside from heeding the warnings, what do you want to convey to, the people who live in this area right now?
Yeah, again, the brave women and men who are out there fighting this fire, it's apparent when you see this. And the protection of life and property is our utmost priority. And we're going to do everything we can to keep this as small as we can and everyone as safe as we can.
I don't mean to put you on the spot, but can you rattle off the evacuation zone right off the top of your head right now, or is that a little bit too much to ask?
You know what? I'm sorry, I don't know it in this, but they can go to our websites or lacounty.gov/emergency. They can go to LA-COFD-PIO to look at the evacuation orders. Also, people have been using the Watch Duty apps, so there's a lot of resources out there, but just stay informed. Or watching news channels, listening to the radio, just make sure you're really staying informed and being very vigilant about that.
Talk to me about the benefits of the Watch Duty app, because it has alerts and it gives you real-time movement of the burn, correct?
You know what? I don't actually use that app, but I know people are using it, so I want to make sure we push it out there. But yeah, any tool that they have that can get them information is critically important right now.
As we stand here, talk to me about what you're seeing here and explain to me, what we're looking at.
Well, I mean, you're looking at rapid fire growth, right? I mean, these hills are burning very quickly, fueled by these winds. And again, it's that state of vegetation combined with these winds, and it's a recipe for very fast moving fires.
What do you think is going to be the game plan in the next hour or so here?
They're looking at where these fires are moving and putting people in place to defend people and homes. That's the main priority right now. Once that threat dies down, then we're going to keep working. We're doing it in conjunction with the air and ground crews to work on perimeter, but above all, life and property.
At this point, when it's burning like this, when you have this sort of topography, can you get hand crews in there? Can you get dozers in there to start cutting a line?
Well, so at this point, with those kind of flame lengths, you're not going to want to put a hand crew right there, right? I mean, that's just too dangerous. Dozers can go in there, but we've only got so many dozers, so they're putting them in the places where they can be the most effective. Again, I mean, there's all sorts of dangerous things too. Even the power lines here, you got to watch out for these poles, make sure they're not catching on fire. A lot of things happening and making sure that we keep everyone safe.
Thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Take care.
So thank you so much for doing that. So Juan and Amy, again, we are at Lake Hughes Road. To the west of me is the lake itself. We're on the road that kind of jogs along the lake, and right behind us you can see some of the flames that are burning. You've got the lagoon here, but this is almost like an area where they're going to kind of prepare for a defense if it makes it all the way down here. We've got about a dozen fire engines on the other side of the lagoon. We are hearing some of the Sheriff's Department vehicles on their loudspeakers asking journalists and other people to move down the road as this thing comes closer to us. I've been on the air quite a bit. I don't want to be a hog of the airtime, so in case you want to reset things or ask me a question, let me just go ahead and hand it back to you.
All right, Jeff, we really appreciate your reporting out there. Definitely it got a lot smokier in the time that you have been live on the air there in the area. Want to tell our viewers here, just a few moments ago, the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, put out some information on X, formerly Twitter, saying that state resources have been deployed to the Hughes fire in the Angeles National Forest to assist in the federal response. We will continue to monitor the situation, he says, closely and provide the federal government with whatever it needs to extinguish this fire.
All right, we want to check in with our Jasmine Veal. She is at the Castaic Lake Recreation Area, not too far from where Jeff was a little while ago. Jasmine, we see that you now have on that mask and the goggles, winds picking up, and a lot of embers blowing around now.
Yeah, I mean, we were getting hit by ash from this fire, even on the other side of the Castaic Lagoon. And look at those flames. That's where you just saw Jeff, right next to Lake Hughes Road. And when these gusts come in, it really just fuels this fire. I mean, look at that. Wow. Yeah, so these are not the conditions that anyone wants to see out here. And again, you're looking on the other side of the Castaic Lagoon here, very close to those utility poles over there on Lake Hughes Road. A bunch of the firefighters just rushed over there trying to tackle this as it continues to move south toward Ridge Route Road, the community of Castaic. We were just in talking to neighbors as they were evacuating. So again, we're here at the park area, the recreational area, but you heard from the sheriff, 19,000 people under this evacuation order, and this is why. These winds are erratic. Like I said, we are not only getting blasted by the smoke, but ash hitting us in the face, large chunks of the burning trees and bushes. The fire gear that we have on is protective. This is what we've been trained for, but it's been being hit by this ash and just leaving black marks, of course. An evacuation warning even has been issued in Ventura County. That's north of Highway 126 to Lake Piru. And Ventura County saying that they are closely monitoring this Hughes fire. They are, they have their resources pre-positioned. Their strike teams are out there. But Highway 126, be aware of this. When you come up to 126 off the 5, that is now closed. So northbound the northbound 5, all lanes are closed now. Just north of State Route 126. Because of this, you're going to see this plume all the way down the 5 and even from the 210. So this is really blowing smoke, and they just want to hopefully stop it here. But look, as we pan over, Oliver, as you pan over and look across and around the backside of this lagoon, we have fires burning all around the edge here, and you can see the wind keeping this smoke low. It's not letting it go up. It's blowing south, and even on the top of the ridge there above Lake Hughes Road, look at that, burning through all that vegetation. I was here over the summer doing a story with Tree People. They are a nonprofit organization, and they were up here for this exact reason. I was up here with them. They were planting native trees to prevent fires like this from spreading. These were baby trees. They were pulling out non-native bushes and weeds because that just fuels fires like this. So they were trying to do the work to prevent something like this from spreading so quickly down to the Castaic community. And we know that flames travel faster. I mean, we've had the training from CAL FIRE come in and talk about this, flames going uphill because of the slope. It preheats the fuels in front of the fire. It makes them more flammable, and then it spreads more quickly. So that's what we're seeing. These flames just rush up these hills here around the lagoon. And as the smoke clears, you can see where this fire is burning very close to where people launch their boats. The playground is down here, a lot of picnic tables, cleared out, of course, a lot of road closures that we are seeing here. The Lake Hills Community Church, we know that was being threatened by these flames. That is across the lagoon here, up on top of those hills. And Oliver, can you see that right through the trees on the other side of the lagoon? That is really just picked up. I think that's some of the campground area that I've stood in and talked to people out here in the summer months, when it's been hot and they're enjoying the water and launching their boats. So that's just so unfortunate. And pan back around to the bridge that takes you across the lagoon and look at those flames on that side as those sheriff's deputies and officers are stationed there. They're risking their own life as well. I mean, they're here with all these firefighters, boots on the ground, trying to put this out, but it is difficult with these winds, and that's what it depends on, the direction of these winds, and again, usually flowing uphill, and the steeper the slope, the faster this fire will travel. So very, very smoky out here. That's why, we put the goggles on, we have the masks on, and a lot of the black smoke now. Wow, really billowing up there. You can just see it burning through all of that brush. Now, luckily, this is not as populated here. This is a lot of open space, but we know Castaic, that community, all those homes, apartment buildings off of Ridge Route Road, very close by.
Jasmine, have you seen a lot of, the air support getting water from this area?
No, I mean, in the last, I'm trying to think when we got out here, probably in the last 30 minutes, I've not seen, and maybe someone can speak more to this, or we can check back in with the sheriff, but I haven't seen any, and maybe that's for their own safety reasons with the winds picking up, but I haven't seen any air support taking water out of the lagoon. They might be from the lake area scooping up the water, but I haven't seen any helicopters fly overhead. I've seen a lot of engines, a lot of ground support, but yeah, not a lot of air support at the moment, at least in the last 30 minutes.
Yeah, on the left side of the screen, Jasmine, we're showing our viewers, it does look like there are some helicopters closer to the other body of water. They're close to you where they are getting some water to douse the flames. But this is a monster storm with these winds picking up as we get closer to nightfall here. Such a dangerous situation. Jazz, have you heard yet of any possible buildings that have caught fire or any sheds or whatnot out there. So far, it was just that church that we heard about earlier, but so far I haven't heard any.
No, and that's really good. And like I said, I mean, we went all the way up Ridge Route Road. They were protecting a community there in another mobile home park, and then they moved back to the front of this fire, closer to the flames. So it seems like it's here that's the most concerned, Castaic, right off Ridge Route Road. But it came close to that church, or maybe even burned the church. Yeah, but nothing that I have seen or heard as people are just kind of trying to pack up and get out of here.
Yeah, it was Lake Hills Community Church.
Yeah. We're still waiting on word for that. All right, Jasmine, thank you so much. We want to check in with our Lauren Posen. She is over at the Hazley Canyon Village, which we were talking about that area for some of the students to be evacuated over to that area. Lauren, are you hearing about that?
I don't have any students here, but I do have people that have evacuated. Take a look. You can see the group. They're just standing by at the corner here watching as this huge plume of smoke just continues to get larger and larger and larger. We spoke with a couple families who got those evacuation alerts on their phones, and they said that they just picked up what they had and just got out as quickly as they could. Right here, we're at this shopping center, which has been deemed somewhat of an evacuation meeting ground for people as they're just standing here waiting to get the all clear to go back to their homes. We're also really close to the Pitchess Detention Center, and we learned this afternoon that the inmates, there's about 476 of them, have all been evacuated to two separate different detention facilities because of the fire's proximity. I want you to take a listen to some of the people we spoke with earlier about having to evacuate. Okay. Well, as I mentioned, well, you know what? Since let's go over here, Mike. Let's go over here. If we don't have this down, I want people to hear from people. Lauren, we're live on KCAL right now. Can we talk to you real quick, everybody? This is Lauren. She evacuated with her family. She's got her puppies here. Yeah. Lauren, tell me, you were saying you and your mom are disabled. You got out as quickly as you could.
Well, quickly, I wouldn't say was the word. It really took us a lot of time. Nobody could get up to us to get us out. So my mom had to drive, and she hasn't driven in a long time. She has very bad lupus. We had to pack up her walker, and I have a CPAP machine, and get our medication. And honestly, with what's been going on, I think it was scarier, because this has happened to us before. This is our normal every summer season, which it isn't even yet.
And not to cut you off, but yes, that's what Lauren was saying to me. Usually, we're used to this living in the canyons, but what makes it so unusual is the timing of this. And that's what's so frightening. And seeing the fires last week, the Eaton fire, the Palisades fire, really was traumatic for people like Lauren living in these areas that are high burn areas. Right, Lauren?
Absolutely. Actually, I feel we all feel kind of stupid because when we saw that, we're like, you know what, we need to pack a go bag. But it's so exhausting. Doing this every time is physically and emotionally draining. So we put it off. We're like, you know what? We're safe. Things are calming down. We don't need to pack a bag. And now in hindsight, God, I wish we did because it was not easy. A walker to pack. Like I said, all this stuff, and it's
overwhelming.
It is overwhelming. You just, I honestly, at one point just started tossing my room and just grabbing everything that I could that I felt like we needed, clothes-wise or whatever it might be. And then we have dogs to pack for, and yeah.
I know that the puppies are getting anxious, so I'm going to let you go, but everybody is on standby right now. We're just waiting to get the all clear. Lauren, thank you. Be safe with you and your family. I also want to mention, too, that we did see some of the helicopters coming by in the planes for those water drops. We didn't see any drops, but we did see some of those, the equipment in the air there, which is a very good sign. We love to see that. We know that the firemen are working hard from the air as well in the ground. But this cloud of smoke behind me, it's getting larger and larger. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, it is so dark and so black there behind you. Lauren, thank you so much for that. And Amy, I didn't think about disabled folks who may need a little extra time to get out of their house and get going. And as you heard from that young lady, It took a long time to get the walker, her CPAP machine, and she wishes she had been more prepared. But luckily, it seems like she's in a safe spot.
Yeah, and people really need to take the warnings in any situation like this very seriously and start preparing in advance. We want to go to our Mike Rogers. Mike, you've learned some new information?
Yeah, and I just want to go to your point, Amy. You heard the sheriff say that as soon as you get those warnings, you should go, or you should at least get ready to go, because people have a lot of different situations, and it can take a lot of time to try to evacuate if you find yourself in that position. I want to show you something. We talked to the sheriff about this, Sheriff Luna. This is from North County Correctional Facility, the jail up there. This is from the parking lot. A source sent me those photos, and you can see just how concerning and concerningly close the fire is burning to this facility. That is why Sheriff Robert Luna has said that the two of the three facilities are on a shelter-in-place order. Pitches Detention Center South is being moved to get those 400 and something inmates out of there. LA County bringing in buses to get all of that done. And as we come to my computer, I want to show you where Pitches and North County Correctional Facility is on this map. This is the evacuation map that you've been looking at, and it's right here. They are under a mandatory evacuation, and I'll pull up a telestrator here so you can see exactly the area that I am talking about. But they're basically right in this area right here, right just inside the evacuation warning, and we know that there are about 5,000 or so inmates that are in that situation right now that are currently being evacuated, or at least sheltering in place, and that is all of this kind of complex right in here. That's Wayside, or what used to be called Wayside, now Pitches and North County Correctional Facility, in this whole area right there. So you can see they're right on the edge of the evacuation. I wanted to show you a different map here because I wanted to show you, we heard from Jasmine, we were talking about the aircraft that are on the fire and why she's not really seeing any from the point that she's in. She's down here by the lagoon. So anybody that knows Castaic Lake, you've got the main lake right here, but then you've got Castaic Lagoon, and that's where a couple of our reporters are. So the reason Jasmine is not seeing any dips coming out of there is because they're really focusing the helicopters on the northern end of the fire, which is right in here, right? So that is kind of the area that they're looking at. Desmond Shaw in SkyCal is in this helicopter right there. So he is looking, when you're looking at his screen, on the right side of your screen, you're looking at Dez's pictures, and that is what you are looking at. You are looking at the Chinook that is coming in to do a water drop. So they're focusing on the north end of the fire. They are dipping out of the north end of the lake. The fixed wing aircraft, though, are focused closer a little bit to where Jasmine and those guys have been. This is a DC-10, the big behemoth of an aircraft that has been coming in here and doing these drops. This is an MD-80 that's going to come in as well. And they have been primarily focusing on the southeastern flank of the fire, which is in this area. Lake Hughes Road goes right there. So that's kind of where they have been focusing to make sure that the fire doesn't burn to the south. Because if the fire burns to the south, that is really where the concern is, right? Your neighborhoods are in this area. You've got all of Castaic that is right in here. And then, of course, the further south we come, the more pockets you get. The correctional facility that we were talking about, the jail, is right down there. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done. Not to mention the 5 freeway is closed as well. And when we come back to me, I'll ask the control room to get the traffic computer ready because I want to show you where that is being closed off at. It's at basically all the way at the top of the Grapevine and then the 126. So it's a very, very large chunk. If we have graphics 231 that we can show you, we'll try to pull that up and show you where those closures are.
In the control room question, are they focusing on the north part of the lake because the fire has already burned past that?
Well, yeah, so there's two things going on. So the north, remember, we're right on the edge of a hill slope here, right? So burning north is going to hit that topography and shoot up to the north. There's less things up there, but there's way more to burn up in that area.
In the north.
To the north. So I think it's burning quicker that way, but the concern is still to the south. So you've got the big air tankers that are able to hold a lot more retardant that are focused on the southeast end of the fire, which is over here. And then you've got the helicopters that have really been kind of fixed in that area. And actually, let me just click on one of them and I'll show you kind of the map and the trajectory they've been making. And you can see all of them are pretty much okay. And that's our traffic map. Thank you. So look, anywhere with the black, that is a hard closure of the 5 freeway. So you've got it closed up to the 138 to the north, and then it looks like at the 126 to the south. So that's a big closure. Your alternates, if you for whatever reason absolutely have to still get past this, would be the 14 to the 138 and then connect back up with the 5. So the good news is there is a workaround. It's a long workaround to take anybody that knows that area, to take the 14.
A crowded workaround now.
Yeah, the 14 into Palmdale, Lancaster, and then west on the 138. That's a long workaround, but it is there, right? We're not, at least not in a situation yet where the whole stretch is shut down, because then that really means you're stuck going to the 101 through Santa Barbara, right? So there is a workaround. It's a long workaround, but obviously the 5 needs to be closed. You've got visibility issues and you've got fire safety issues.
Mike, before we let you go, can you go back to the other computer and show us where most of the developments are, the homes are that people are worried about?
Yeah, we'll come back to my computer and I can show you that here on this map. So you've got, look, in the mandatory evacuation zone is all of this. This is all of Castaic, and this is our usual map. Anything that lights up in white here, that is a home, that is a building. All of these folks are under mandatory evacuations right now. This is Castaic Lagoon. This is where Jasmine has been. I think Jeff is close to this area too. So you can tell though, the nearest to them is this development right here off Sapphire Lane, Amethyst Way, Ruby Lane rather, Elk Ridge Road. All of these areas are definitely pretty close to the fire. Here's an elementary school up here as well, North Lake Hills Elementary, that I think is one of those ones that has probably been evacuated.
Yes.
So, that is where, and then your next set, as the fire moves to the south, this is kind of where the fire is burning right now up in here. So it's kind of burning in this direction. So your next set of concern would be then the other side, the south side of Castaic Lagoon, which is into this neighborhood. This is more of your kind of traditional forest fire, if you will, that is burning in topography driven, large brush, and it's quick moving. But the good news is the way it is right now, and let me show you this too really quickly, and then I'll send it back to you guys. But this is everything that's in orange here is the actual fire footprint. So you can see it's been burning right up to the lake here before it kind of stops. So this is still a little bit outdated because I do believe that the fire has moved further to the south than is showing up on this map, but it's burning all the way up to the lake here. And again, I'm just going to give you this vantage point because this is what we talk about, topography driven, right? You can see the hillsides in here and the orange, and then you can see even on this map, this is real time. This is one of the helicopters right there that is kind of going around dropping water on everything.
Amazing technology. All right, Mike, thank you.
Wow. It is really amazing to see how much has already burned in such a short time. Again, this fire breaking out at 10:42 this morning and has burned more than 5,000 acres. We want to check in with our Jeff Nguyen. He is continuing to give us updates. Jeff, every time we see you, I think you've moved a little bit.
Yeah, we did. In between the last live shot and now, we're kind of staying in the same place, if you will. We just moved a couple of hundred yards, but so I can show you some of this grass that's burning out here, and then mixed in there, you can see a lot of thick, dark smoke. We spoke to the public information officer from the LA County Fire Department earlier, and he talked about how this is topography driven as well as wind driven because of the Santa Ana winds that are whipping through here. And then you have a lot of dried up fuel. Some of the fuel in here is the chaparral, and he explained to us the reason chaparral burns so quickly and it is so combustible is because it actually has a lot of oils in it. So that makes it very combustible, feeding into the flames. And on top of that, the structure of chaparral is that there's a lot of space in there. So what that does is it creates little pockets of oxygen. And as we all know, oxygen feeds a flame. Right now, you can see some of the burning that is moving away from the lagoon. Mike had talked about how the fire burned right up to the lake here at Lake Castaic, and that's very true because earlier Saad Khalilzadeh and I were down by the campground where the shack or the booth, the ticket booth for you to get into the campground, that area burned right up to the park, but the structures there, at least when we left, are still standing. But right now you can see this field, I should say, is just burning through because there is just so much dried fuel here. Right now, I'm going to ask Assad to kind of pan to his right because we see some of the resources that are coming in right now. Those are some of the dozers that they have in place so that they can start working on a containment line. The good news from what we saw about half an hour ago is that the fire columns aren't as high as before. So the public information officer told us that when you have conditions like this, bulldozers are actually able to get in there. Hey, Assad, if we may, let's go ahead and kind of work our way back to where the burning is. Right there, you can see that sort of V-shaped burn. Earlier, there was a tree right there, and clearly it has caught on fire. There were some dried up leaves as well, and that just basically added to the fuel. And right now, it is nothing more than a singed skeleton as it burns, and the fuel right behind it is just burning up in a thick black smoke. In a condition like this, it's just too dangerous to get hand crews in there. So hopefully the ground attack will be from some of these dozer lines to start kind of trying to start working at some of the containment here. But to talk about how embers can fly, you know, in just the last 15 or 20 minutes or so, I realized that earlier we had this field right in front of us burning. But Assad, if you can open up your shot and maybe tilt up, right above the hills of this field right here, you can see some of the flames that are burning on that ridgeway right there. So that's why the smoke out here is very thick. In addition to all of this, the wind condition with the Santa Anas oftentimes will push some of the flames downhill. The natural tendency we've been talking about all morning long is that for a fire to kind of burn uphill, but when you have these sort of erratic winds, they just kind of just press things down, and so the fire is going to be much more erratic and very unpredictable, and which is why things have burned the way they are. I'm just going to ask Assad to just kind of take our attention away from the flames for just a bit, because that's the hills that we were covering about an hour ago. We were at the lake looking up, and right now it is completely blackened and has made its way down the hill and into this field right here. The other part that we have to consider too is that the air quality is awfully bad. You know, one of the reasons why you have all of the dozers here is on the other side of this area, you've got a number of structures. So that is why evacuation orders are in place. You know, the last thing you want to do is have people in the apartment complex there stay there as all of this is moving in their direction. Not just that, but you know, even if the flames don't make their way to that development right there, the air quality is certainly not good, and the last thing you want to do is stay in there longer than you need to. We were up the hill about an hour ago, and everyone in that community, in that development, was heeding the orders to evacuate. We saw a number of people loading up their pets, loading up their belongings to get out. Some people did try to hose down their homes before they left, but I think because of the severity of what we have seen in the past couple of months, certainly in the past couple of weeks, people are really taking these evacuation orders very seriously. And as we are talking right now, I'm going to ask Assad to walk with me. We're going to walk in this direction, and you can just see right behind us how the flames right there is really just kicking up with great ferocity. Just to be safe, I'm going to ask Assad, we're just going to keep that shot, but we're just going to just walk towards the left of us, because the last thing we want to do is stand underneath a light pole. So Assad, as we talk, let's just go ahead and just get out of the clearance to a better safe spot, because it seems like the flames over there are burning around the utility poles down the way. So the last thing we want to do is kind of, you know, stay in the path of anything if they were to come down. Let's walk closer to the bridge here so that our viewers can get a better look. Guys, it's been, what, 3-4 minutes since I've been on the air? You've got this burning, and then look at how this area has really kicked up, right? So just to show you how much fuel is here and how the winds are pushing, and Assad, if you can come this way, right over there, just the intensity of the flames right there as the flames swirl round and round and round, and basically changing the color of sunlight right now to this sort of orange hue. And as we talk about that, Assad, if you wouldn't mind showing some of the dozers that are heading towards the flames. You can hear them hopefully over my mic. And that one dozer right there is going directly into the flames to start working on some of the containment lines, and hopefully, you know, using some of the sand out here to suffocate some of those flames, because obviously what you need for a fire to continue to burn is oxygen. And hopefully by pushing some of the dirt to cover some of the flames, they can make a stop here so that these flames do not jump over the road. Right now I'm counting 1, 2, 3 dozers working their way out there. They've got a fourth one still on that flatbed truck, but that's the situation right here. And to give you a sense of what's going on, as I'm standing here near the lagoon, I can hear some of the wind kind of causing the leaves and the trees and the brush in this area to kind of rustle a little bit. So that gives you a sense of how strong these winds are, these Santa Ana winds that are kind of pushing the flames kind of sideways across this field. And up ahead, right by the utility poles, everything around it is burning right there. So that's why we're kind of staying in the spot that we are to make sure that, you know, if things go poorly, we are not in the line of danger. Part of the training that we've had through the years and just, you know, common sense and experience. But the proof is kind of in the pudding. Aside, if you wouldn't mind, as we go back to where the dozers are, you know, things do look better than they did just even 2-3 minutes ago as the dozers kind of push some of the dirt onto the flames, and you can just see how at least effective that spot is as we're talking here. And in addition to the dozers, I see some of the lights from some of the fire engines on the backside of that up against the road as well. So as the wind kicks up here, not only do we have dozers, but we have a number of fire engines on this corner, and I can see them with my eyes, but the camera might not be able to reach them. And then, hey, Assad, if you wouldn't mind, right there, from this distance, I can't make out what that structure over there is, but you see some of the burning that is happening with that fenced off area. And right now the control room is asking me to wrap it up and send it back to you.
All right, Jeff, thank you so much for the live reporting from there. You know, we saw this last night as well, Amy, during the Clay fire. They brought in that heavy equipment, those bulldozers, cutting lines, snuffing out the flames. So they're doing some great work out there in the Santa Clarita Valley.
Absolutely. And we want to check in with our Jasmine Veal as we continue to follow this breaking news. Jasmine, where are you at now?
Yeah, so we're still here at the Castaic Lake Recreational State Park. We are above, right above the Castaic Lagoon, and it is very gusty here. You can kind of see the area behind me by the bridge where Jeff just was, and when the winds die down, you can see the flames a little better through all of the smoke. But yeah, it's burning right up next to those utility poles there on Lake Hughes Road, and then you have spot fires and flames all the way up the ridge line here, going. I think that's the right above Lake Hughes. That's going to be Charlie Canyon. So those flames are burning up the hill above the lagoon here to Charlie Canyon, and you can see some at times flashing lights of those emergency crews, the firefighters, yeah, right there at the very top, going back and forth with those bulldozers, putting out the flames on the ground. Yeah, you see some of the flashing lights. So there's a paintball park, a facility up there, but not much else. It is a lot of open space. But yeah, so again, this is the park area, a lot of the camping and the swimming, the recreational activities that take place here. It's closed, and we saw those fire danger, those warning signs driving up here, knowing that these red flag conditions are here and have been here. So they have been pre-positioned to fight a fire just like this. And even those flames, I don't know if Oliver can, yeah, I think he's zooming in right past those trees next to the dock there, have just kind of picked back up, and we saw a lot of black smoke as it burns through all of this dry brush around the park here in this lagoon. But 19,000 people, they're under this evacuation order. And we know the Castaic community, a lot of those apartment buildings not very far from here, right off Ridge Route Road, where we were a few hours ago as people were packing up, watering down their homes. Several residents decided to come out, grab a garden hose, and spray down the front of their buildings and their trees. We know air attacks have been requested. The National Guard, they're going to bring in some air tankers if the winds permit. But like I said, up here above the lagoon, it is gusty, and we've been hit with some of those pieces of ash and debris being picked up from what is burning there. And yeah, here comes another gust. Yeah, and those evacuation warnings also even spreading as far as Ventura County and right up, you know, to the edge there as they're monitoring things along State Route 126 to Lake Piru that's been shut down because of this. And this smoke, this plume can be seen for miles, of course, from the 210. I hear one of those air tankers coming in right now. It's going to go right over our heads here. Yep, let's watch that. Let's see if it will do an airdrop. Here it comes. You see that, Oliver? Get it. Yeah, I mean, okay, so here's the air support that I've been waiting to see here as they come over the lagoon. And here comes another one. So now those flames have really picked up at the top of that ridge line to my left, but they're going to circle overhead, and then obviously they've been scooping up the water from the lake just above here. So they're hopefully going to douse some of these flames because it is getting closer and closer to Castaic and a lot of these homes and neighborhoods as this smoke and these flames blow south. And that was a concern, is they moved a lot of these resources back this direction from where we were earlier. And again, authorities are saying keep your phones charged. Pay attention to those evacuation orders and warnings because you know how erratic these winds can change and how the movement of the fire can be. So yeah, you just have a lot of flames all around these hills, but I'm going to send it back to you. And as we watch the continued air support, there it is. Look, he is going to get some water out of the lagoon. I haven't seen this in the last hour. So he's going to use this water right here, right behind the tree, and scoop up what he needs and hopefully get this fire out.
And that's the good news. It's a race against the clock right now, Jasmine, as we are expecting those winds to pick up a little later tonight. Hopefully those air resources can stay up as long as possible to fight this fire.
And it's so convenient that the water is so close.
So close.
So it's wonderful. All right, we want to check in with our Desmond Shaw. He is up above in KCAL giving us a bird's eye view of the fire. Des.
Well, Amy and Juan, here is just one flank of the fire. The view from 8,500 feet up here in KCAL with the super out of control Hughes fire. So we've been up over this one for just about an hour, kind of doing some recon, getting a lay of the land. And I know we were just talking about, it is very good that we have that water source right there, and showed you some earlier images of all of the heavy artillery that we have on the front lines of this fire with multiple Chinooks, the Erickson air crane combined. I think they have over 10,000 gallon capacity between the three of them. The Chinook able to make multiple water drops. You have multiple of the air tankers as well, dropping all of that fire retardant, trying to get as much as they can out before sundown. They've been going up to Fox Field and back and just really going at lightning speed on this. Now here is the area of most concern, I would say. This area right around Ridge Route Road and Lake Hughes Road, as you see the fire beginning to encroach on what looks like either a mobile home community or a mobile home storage area. I have to kind of make some camera adjustments just to peer through the smoke to show you all of this right now. This looks to me like the most troublesome situation because it is right in the path of the fire. Of course, this fire is blowing almost completely to the west right now, south and west, but more to the west than to the south. There's the 5 freeway as well, as we've been telling you about how that is shut down, going to be so for the foreseeable future. So this area obviously was already under a mandatory evacuation order, so hopefully everyone was able to get out and get their pets out. I did see some LA County Sheriff's deputies down in these neighborhoods on the loudspeaker trying to get anyone out who might still be in the fire's path. We also came to the north side of the fire a little bit earlier to show you some pictures because my biggest concern, frankly, is this fire jumping the 5, because if it does and the winds continue to blow to the west, then that is going to be an even more out of control situation than we're already dealing with. The wind's essentially funneling all of this smoke into the Santa Clara Valley and well into Ventura County. In fact, I got a text from my mom who lives in Ventura who was saying, where's the fire? Where's the fire at? And I was kind of confused. And I'm like, oh my gosh, here, I'm showing you right now as we kind of look into the sun, but the smoke is making it all the way into Ventura County and the east edge of the city of Ventura. Might be getting some smoke even over the Pacific Ocean on the beach side of Ventura. That's how much of this ash is being carried and how far it is being carried to the west. And obviously with all that ash, we're really worried about spot fires. And you have a lot of wilderness area over there, the Los Padres National Forest, Lake Piru, just as much, if not more, thick, dry brush that is just waiting to burn if the fire manages to jump the freeway. So that is going to be one of the biggest challenges here for firefighters dealing with these winds. They're doing a great job of sealing up the southern flank of the fire with those with not just with the water dropping helicopters, but much more so with the air tankers. As we're zooming in here again, some of these communities off of Lake Hughes Road. Put the map tracker up, Ridge Route Road off of Charlie Canyon, Tapia Canyon, a couple of those fire roads right there. Widen out and show you the view again. So the fire around the lake itself has mostly burnt itself out. It kind of ran out of fuel around Castaic Lake, and you can't see it from this side, but it's actually pretty clear on the north side, and that's allowing all of those water-dropping helicopters to go in there with lightning speed and reload and drop their payloads on this fire. But obviously just so much to burn, and with the way this is all set up, the fire definitely has a big advantage, but at least the winds are light enough that we're able to have those air tankers and have those helicopters, and hopefully most of the helicopters can stay after the sun goes down. But we're going to need to get as many retardant drops as possible in. I wish that they could get in here on the west side of the fire, but unfortunately, I think the smoke might just be too thick. And you have the mountains as well right there. I'm not sure that the air tankers will be able to get into this area right here that I'm showing you on the screen, the 5 around Lake Hughes Road, to try to prevent the fire from jumping the freeway. So we'll just have to see how all that plays out. There's concern right here. Is this, as the flames are getting very, very near a water treatment facility. We've had a lot of ground crews that are here ready to meet the flames and make sure that it doesn't encroach on this very important facility. But this is going to be affected. Obviously, Castaic Lake as well. You know, we could be talking about no drinking orders like we've had in the Palisades and the Eaton fire once things begin to settle down. I mean, people are, out of this area anyway, but it just seems like we cannot catch a break with these winds in Southern California. When are they going to end? When is this, the worst fire season? I think it's safe to say the worst fire season we've ever had in Southern California. Everyone wondering when it's finally going to be over. Juan, Amy, and Mike.
Desmond, a quick question here. How does this compare to the firefight yesterday in the Clay Fire? I know it was very windy out there. How is it right now, the conditions up in SkyCal?
Well, for us up here, it's not really an issue. I think we're above the winds up at 8,500 feet. We're not really getting knocked around at all, fortunately. But down at the surface, it's a different story. And you can see as these, pillars of smoke being carried directly to the west. And you watch these flames just as they continue to reach and expand westward. So, I mean, while the winds are not as strong as that, 100-mile-an-hour blowtorch that we have that wreaked so much havoc with the Eaton fire and the Palisades fire, or even earlier this week, they're still pretty strong down there at the surface, certainly strong enough to combine with the thick, flashy fuels and the mountainous terrain to create this kind of extremely out-of-control wildfire situation. We still haven't heard of any structures burning, but if there's any saving grace, it's that this did not happen earlier in the week, because the winds were much more powerful up here earlier in the week. We probably would not have been able to get the air tankers over here, and this fire probably could have expanded even more quickly than it already has. I mean, we're well over 5,000 acres, probably a lot more than that. Since we first heard about this fire in the AM hours. There's another one of these fire retardant drops coming in here, and you can see how they are encircling the fire. And so far, this southern flank is holding up very well with all of the fire retardant. You can see that they've dropped here. They've made an excellent line that kind of combines with the fire roads, and you can see how it's very effective so far. So trying to prevent its expansion southward to the neighborhoods and where the homes are in the Castaic area. However, it's really problematic for them that they're not really able to control its westward spread, and that's going to be threatening some homes as well, and heaven forbid it jump the 5 freeway, or this could be a truly catastrophic scenario.
Yeah, let's hope not.
Exactly, and there's just been so much. As Desmond's mom called him, I was hearing from a lot of neighbors and folks in Oxnard and Camarillo saying that there was so much smoke and ash in that area. Mike, we haven't seen the numbers grow lately. It's still been at 5,000, and it does look like they are getting a good barrier there, but this fire is far from being put out.
Yeah, not even close. And, I wanted to point out what Desmond was looking at, where that fire is starting to get close to the 5 freeway, and that maybe that mobile home storage facility, as we look at video from earlier of crews racing through the fire lines. The helicopters that Jasmine is seeing in her location get water are going to where Desmond was seeing where the fire is pushing up. So the good news is it does appear that there are some people being, that area is being addressed as you look at the live pictures from SkyCal on the right-hand side of your screen. I'm going to ask Des, because this is something that I knew was here but didn't get used during the Palisades fire that I now see up on the radar. They're called MAFs, M-A-F-F. It's modular airborne firefighting systems. These are the C-130s that we got from the military that we didn't use during the Palisades fire, but now are being used on this fire. So they just took off out of Point Mugu. Modular airborne firefighting system basically means these are C-130s that the military uses that are not readily available to be used as firefighting aircraft, but can be very quickly adapted to it. So basically they load up this very large tank in the back of the C-130 that can now be used as water dropping or retardant dropping. So there are 4 of them that just, or 3 of them I see, that just took off out of Point Mugu. And one of them is now over the fire. They just came past Desmond. A second one, Des, is coming over the Stevenson Ranch area at about 4,000 feet. So I don't know if you see that one coming in, but this is something that I've not ever seen in a firefighting operation before, them bringing in the U.S. military to help us with these. And this was something that we knew were on standby, but didn't use during the Palisades fire. But now 3 of them coming up out of Point Mugu, and they should hopefully be able to drop a good chunk of water as well. But again, these are something that they were able to modify to be used by the U.S. military that is here. So the good news is we'll start to see them coming into action as it just is about to cross the 5 freeway, Des. I know you're looking for it. Thank you for that. And as you can see, that very large plume of smoke that is coming across the freeway there. And of course, as Des mentioned, the fire jumping the freeway is a huge concern. There are certainly more houses on the other side of the freeway. There's certainly more wildland on the other side of the freeway as well that are of concern here. So hopefully that now that we've got some of these C-130s coming into play as well, as it just is coming over Magic Mountain Parkway right now, Des. So maybe just a little bit to the south. But they are going to be a very crucial asset into this. And again, we're lucky that this started during the day because all of this equipment is stuff that won't be able to fly in the nighttime hours. So once we get dark, we'll lose all of these fixed wing aircraft. The good news is we've got a pretty robust system of night dropping helicopters that will be able to stay. So, hopefully we'll be able to see that as Desmond looks at some of the horrific traffic that is really just coming up off of the 5 freeway. The 5 freeway, by the way, closed from the 138 to the 126 in both directions and people being diverted out of there. I want to, guys, if we can put my computer in an inset here, because I want to show you this. I want to reiterate this. I believe we touched on it earlier, but I just wanted to give an update on the evacuation orders because there's now a chunk of Ventura County that is under a mandatory evacuation, and that is just on the eastern side of Lake Piru. So Piru is right here on the left-hand side. You'll see this is the lake right here. Forgive me, this is the lake right here, and then you've got this stuff in red here is the mandatory, and then you've got the yellow that is burning. And I'll quickly show you where Des and Jazz were talking about. So Jasmine is right here at the lagoon, and the area that Desmond is talking about is right under here. So they're getting those water dropping helicopters. You can see them. This is Copter 15 and Copter 22, and they're coming and doing the drops kind of in this area to protect that area that is going in there. Des, I also want to ask you really quickly if you can show us where the jail is. I just wanted to give everybody some perspective of where the North County Correctional Facility and Pitches Detention Center North and South are in relation to where the fire is. It is still a decent distance away. I would say maybe there it is. It's a very large facility. We were talking to the sheriff earlier, and you can see it is all kind of built out of concrete. So not a lot to burn, at least with North County Correctional. Pitches is a little bit more older with more, as described to me as more of a barrack style. So you can see there is a decent chunk of land, right, that it would have to, thanks Des, a little bit more than 2 miles that it would have to chew through to get there. But you can understand why there is a concern. And, the fact, and as Des looks around, I don't know if we see any of those evacuations underway. It may be at the other facility too, Des, that's just down the road there. But, there's, what do you say? I think he said 4,500 inmates that are in there, plus staff. Like, that's not an easy task to try to have to evacuate all of these people out of here. So they've got those buses that we know we've been talking about have been a little bit problematic. The sheriff just bringing online some new buses. So certainly that will help. And you can see all the sheriff's facility. Oh, look at there. There's all the buses, Des. If you pan up just a little bit, you've got all the buses that are on the left side of the parking lot right there, all lined up. So they are either going to, or at least are on standby to start evacuating people. You heard the sheriff say that he could get in other buses if need be to help with that operation. But that would be certainly a significant undertaking to try to evacuate that many inmates out.
Yeah, I think the sheriff said 476 inmates.
Right, is going. That's who they're evacuating out of Pitches.
And then 3 facilities.
Yeah, the 3 facilities. There's Pitches North, Pitches South, and North County Correctional, and that's 4,500 in total. 473 of them, I think he said, is being evacuated from Pitches to another location.
That's quite the operation.